Sound check number 1, presenter's laptop. Sound check number 2, clerk's laptop.
Sorry to cut everyone off. We are now live. Good morning, everyone, and happy Lincoln Alexander Day to all of you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function, which I'll do right now. Members are reminded the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. I would remind members that all 3 reports before us today are information reports, so we will not be debating the actual items, but you will be allowed to ask questions of clarification. We will be debating these items at a future budget GIC meeting. At this moment, I will now I can't even speak this morning. I will now commence a roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Councillor Wilson. She's having some issues with bandwidth. Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Nan.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Councillor Marula.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Good morning, present.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Jackson.
Here, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Pauls.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Present.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Pearson.
Present. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Councillor. Councillor Johnson. Nope, she's at NPCA this morning. It just jumped into my mind. This is Thursday. Councillor Ferguson. He was there. I can see him, but we can't hear him, so he's here. Councillor Vanderbeek.
I am here. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Councillor Whitehead. And Councillor Partridge. Thank you. That's our roll call. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda for today's meeting?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there is one change for today's agenda. It's approval of the minutes for the January 19th, 2021 meeting.
Thank you very kindly. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any questions about the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. The vote is up. Anyone having issues getting their vote through?
No, I'm just going to mark these 3 out. Hang on 1 second.
The vote is now closed and it carried 12-0. Mr. Mayor, would you like to provide us some remarks about Lincoln Alexander Day?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think it's important that we acknowledge today as a special day in our community. As the United States celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday. We celebrate the Honorable Lincoln Alexander Day today, and I think it's worthy of us to note that. And I want to thank special thanks to Evelyn Meyer and the Afro-Canadian Caribbean Association for their leadership in organizing an important online virtual tribute this past Sunday afternoon to these 2 individuals and their fight for human rights in the face of undeniable challenges and barriers. So we remember each year at this time these 2 gentlemen in the struggle against racism and discrimination, and each in their own way faced the challenge of racism head on during their lifetime. The Honorable Lincoln Alexander served his community as the first Black member of Parliament, the first Black federal cabinet minister, as the 24th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. He was a man who offered friendship freely. He recognized the challenging singularity of his accomplishments, and we owe them, both of them, and especially Link today, a debt of gratitude for their example and for their tremendous work, which continues to this day in the hands of so many others. So to each of you joining us in this meeting today, I pray that we all benefit from the hope each man has inspired in all of us going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy Lincoln Alexander Day.
Thank you. Well said, sir. We're moving on to item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest today? Councillor Pauls?
I wonder if they have it on okay, thank you. Yes, on item 6.3, Hamilton Police Budget, And my son is a police officer, so I have a conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
The same item, Mr. Chairman, 6.3, declare an interest to prevent a conflict as my sister is a member of Hamilton Public Service.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Those who have noted a conflict, please ensure that when it is time to vote on the matter that you vote by using the abstain option. Your conflict will be noted correctly in the committee minutes. And don't forget to fill out the form that is now prescribed by the province of Ontario. Item number 3, approvals of minutes of previous meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the January 19th, 2021 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Is there any questions or comments about the minutes? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please, Madam Clerk. The vote is up. Let me know if you're having challenges submitting your vote. Councillor Pearson?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it shows on my declarations of interest. That's not what we're voting on, correct? Sorry.
No, it's a valid point of order.
I just want to be sure I'm in the right box.
Are we doing the vote over, Madam Clerk, or are you just going to correct at your end? Okay, we're going to do the vote over again, councillors. Just one moment, please.
Sorry, thank you.
No, thank you for catching that.
Sorry, folks. I thought that button had clicked over, but I didn't hit it hard enough. Thanks.
Okay, this is for the minutes, January 2021. The vote is up. Councillor Nan, did you get the vote through? Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. Anyone else having challenges submitting? The vote's closed and it carried 13-0. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6, which is the presentation. 6.1 is the Hamilton Farmers Market, the 2021 budget presentation. Gordon Albini, board treasurer, I hope I said that right, will provide the presentation for the board. And then afterwards, councillors will have an opportunity to ask for questions of clarification on the presentation. Mr. Albini, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Eisenberger.
Mr. Albini, just before you start, I just want to fix something. Councillors, can I ask for a motion that if Mr. Albini goes over the 5-minute time limit, that I have the discretion to extend it? Moved by Councillor Pauls and seconded by Councillor Jackson. And if we could have that vote, Madam Clerk. That just, it saves me interrupting them and unfortunately moving them off their train of thought. So I thought if I do it up front, it would be easier.
I appreciate that. And you did get my name correct. It is Gordon Albini.
Thank you. Give me just 1 minute. We're waiting for the vote to finalize and you can start. Councillor Nan and Pauls. Councillor Nan, we good? We're good. The vote's closed and it carried 13-0. Go ahead, sir. We're all here.
Thank you. Good morning to Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor Clark. Good morning to all the councillors and staff, to members of the public, and my fellow board members who may be listening in this morning. And I'd just like to also take this opportunity to give a special thank you to our proud sponsor, Meridian. My name is Gordon Albini, and I am the treasurer of the Hamilton Farmers Market. And I am pleased to be given the opportunity to speak to all of you today and to present the market's 2021 budget. I'm going to share that all with you now. And hopefully you can see that. Everybody see that okay?
We can see it, but we're seeing numerous slides. If you can just put it on like a slide.
Yep, I'll put it on slide presentation for you.
Perfect.
Is that good now?
Not yet.
Mr.
How's
Albini,
that?
that will work.
Is that okay?
Yes, it's just showing your next slide, so I think you're okay.
We're good.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to start this morning by just briefly sharing with you the overall impact that COVID-19 has had on the Hamilton Farmers Market in 2020 and is obviously continuing with us today. The market remained open throughout 2020, despite operational and financial challenges, as reported in our presentation to GIC on September 14th, 2020. Our market manager, market staff, and vendors worked closely with the public health to ensure provincial COVID guidelines were implemented and strictly adhered to. And this was not an easy task. We are very proud of what the team accomplished because, as you can appreciate, we are not one business under one roof, but we are 45 plus businesses under one roof with many moving parts. It truly was a collective effort to keep our customers, vendors, and market team safe. The lockdowns have imposed hardships on market businesses and customers. Customers remain challenged to access the market and were told to reduce frequency and pool purchases. The Jackson Square door closed in combination with more people working from home rather than in the downtown core, resulted in a significant decline in traffic visiting the market. And the theme continues on into 2021. So we've put together a graph for you this morning just to highlight the severity of the drop in traffic. This is a review of the weekly traffic counts comparing 2019 to 2020. So you can see when the pandemic first hit back in the week of March the 10th, 2020, we had a big decline in weekly traffic. You know, historically, we're hovering around the 20,000 customers per week, and it dropped below 5,000. And it came up a bit as restrictions were lifted into the summer months and the early fall, but still remaining half of what it normally was. And right now, there's no traffic because the market is temporarily closed for HVAC renovations. So the reduced traffic and the reduction in customers visiting the market combined with mandated shutdowns resulted in lower occupancy rates and reduced revenue. And just to provide you with some high-level highlights of that, $14,500 was foregone due to 5 contracts being abandoned during the pandemic. $9,000 foregone due to delayed starts of 2 new businesses due to the pandemic, and a little over $23,000 foregone from available space that was unoccupied during the pandemic. Historically, we budget for about a 5% vacancy rate during normal times. And we always do come in around that mark. But due to the pandemic, that vacancy rate has skyrocketed and put pressure on increased aged receivables as vendors struggle to pay. So right now, and this was recently updated, I reviewed this with our market manager a couple days ago in advance of today's meeting. Our current vacancy rate is 19.4%. So we have currently a total of 11 stalls vacant, which is approximately 4,000 square feet, and 11 stalls out of a possible 55 stalls. The total area, rentable area, is 20,378 square feet. Market expense control. In 2020, given the unique challenges faced, the market has done a very good job in controlling variable expenses with respect to the budget. However, it will be very difficult to continue operating with such a lean budget in 2021. Given the anticipation of ongoing reduced revenues, which I just shared with you, a minimal 2% levy increase, and escalating facility charges and increased security costs due to COVID-19. The resulting revenue reductions have placed undue pressure on the market. And this is with a budget that's a shoestring budget even during normal times. Advertising and promotions have been negatively impacted as one key example. And investment in human capital hurts our long-term growth and efficiency as well. And on this note, it's important that the city continues to support the market with any current or future facility repairs and upgrades, because the market does not have the resources within its operating budget to cover such ongoing business building costs. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Pauls and all the work she's done in conjunction with the market board to help us get those necessary repairs. When we take a look at revenue, again, and this is very fluent based on the ever-changing landscape that's happening right now. But with the benefit of hindsight, the market's 2021 revenue forecast is aggressive with its current vacancy rate and ongoing challenges. We simply don't know if these vacancies are going to continue to grow in the first fiscal quarter. We know that the lockdown is until February the 19th. Whether it's going to be extended or not, we don't know. But our whole intent in developing this budget was to put together a budget that came within the guidelines of the city levy. So we have to make the assumption that customer traffic will slowly begin to increase in the second fiscal quarter, and we anticipate that this will mitigate future stall vacancies and increase demand for current vacant stalls. So the total forecasted stall revenue for 2021 is $438,800, and this amounts to a reduction of $41,200, or an 8.6% year-over-year decline. In 2019, actual stall revenue was $509. So you can see the impact that the vacancies have had on our stall revenue, as well as the shutdown for renovations in January. So an overall budget summary for you. It's a frugal budget, and it's within Council's 2% levy guideline, which was a $2,256 increase over 2020. Staffing expense remains flat year over year. The planned marketing spend of $38,000 is less than the two prior years of $55,000. And I'd just like to say this morning that, given my experience as a business owner, the marketing budget for an enterprise of this magnitude is woefully low. It does not give us the monies that we truly need to properly brand the market and promote the market and to transition into the digital world. For example, establishing a very robust website with online buying, so we can compete. And on a $38,000 budget, that is very difficult to do. But moreover, it's even difficult to do on a $55,000 budget. But these are the areas that are controllable from an expense perspective, and they are the only areas that we really have the means to cut. Significant operating overhead increases have been directed to us in 2021. CUP operation expense is $12,800 higher, a little over a 24% increase from the 2020 budget. Heating, fuel, and hydro is $11,000 higher and 12.6%. And we do recuperate some of the hydro from the vendors, but of course, with vacancies, we don't recuperate all of it. And the facilities recovery increase of $5,362 over budget. And these are expenses we can't control, even though they're deemed a variable expense. From a market board perspective, we have no control over them. So in terms of the overall market budget summary, it's been updated for 2021 revenue of $616,000, which is over $76,000 less than the 2020 budget. Stall rentals are expected to generate $489,000 in fees originally in our budget, but we have downgraded it subsequent to the vacancies to $438,000. And it's also reflective of the January renovations. And of course, our proud sponsor, Meridian support of $125,000 per annum. And their sponsorship agreement expires in April of 2022, and we hope to continue our relationship with them. So an overall budget overview to share with you this morning to put things in perspective that, 63% of the Markets Corporation's revenue is generated from stallholder fees, 16% from sponsorship from Meridian, and 15% from the City of Hamilton's levy. And I'd just like to, emphasize that 51% of our expenses, or approximately $400,000, are true variable expenses. The remaining 49% of expenses are established by the city and paid back to the city from the Market Corporation's revenue. So, and I'm not sure if everybody's aware of this, but, even at 100% occupancy, we generate approximately $550,000 in stall rental fees, and the market rates are their market rate. Like they're right in line with competitive space in the area. And that revenue does not cover the total expenses of $781,000. And, the $781,000 is a reduced expense structure. So it's from that perspective, it's a flawed business model. The Market Corporation pays fees to Hamilton Parking Authority for validated customer parking. The Market Corporation pays fees on a cost recovery basis to Facilities Department and to Central Utilities Plant Operations, Horticulture, and IT services. The Market Corporation pays for its staffing of City of Hamilton employees. And the above fees paid by the Market Corporation total in excess of the annual levy, such that there is a net flow of funds to the City of Hamilton from vendors' fees and Meridian sponsorship. Vendors pay for electricity used within their stalls, and vendors pay for electricity used in common areas and other utilities used throughout the market, including water and natural gas. And in concluding, before I take any questions that you may have, I'd like the sole shareholder to give full consideration to the following two important items. Number one.
Sorry, Mr. Albini, I'm so sorry. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to confirm, Gordon, we are not in a meeting of the sole shareholder. We are in a GIC budget meeting.
Okay, so I will address it to council as a whole then. So
the General Issues Committee, yes.
Yes, the General Issues Committee. Thank you. If we as a community truly believe that the market is one of Hamilton's oldest and most cherished traditions, then our investment in it must be viewed as an investment in the city's cultural and social infrastructure. That is to say, we can't exclusively view it as a business entity. Yes, there's a business component to it, absolutely, but we just can't solely view it as that. In essence, we need to find a way to provide more resource and support to the market to enable it to grow and prosper and reach its true potential. And number two, our vendors have been hard hit and are struggling. These are mom and pop enterprises that rely upon the market's vitality for their families' livelihoods. The board, the Market Corporation Board, would continue to welcome any guidance and support from the city, and the board would like to collaborate with the city to explore opportunities that may exist to provide the market vendors with the support that they need during these unprecedented times. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Albini. Would you mind unsharing your screen so that I can see the faces of the councillors?
Yes, let me see here now. Just bear with me.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, and Alicia, Councillor Pauls? Councillor Pauls, you're up, and just a reminder to all the councillors that we're asking questions of clarification about their budget presentation. That's what's on the agenda.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. First of all, I want to say, Gordon, thank you. You've been now on our board for, I think, about a year, and we really appreciate you. But so that my colleagues know who you really are, can you tell them what your business is and what you do as a profession?
Mr. Albini, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm the CEO of Sete Holdings, which is a real estate and automotive group. I'm the automotive group is the Queenston Automotive Group, which consists of four dealerships, a major leasing company, and a wholesale U.S. wholesale division, as well as being the CEO. I'm also the dealer of and president of Queenston Chevrolet.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Pauls?
We are so glad. We knew you were valuable when you came to our board, and we really appreciate it. But I love the draft that you have, and it says it all. So if our councilor sees that, the draft says there's going to be less people, less shoppers, less funds. That is what it shares. You have done such a good job in sharing just by looking at the draft. If we know there's less than 5,000, probably about 3,000 people that go to the market now, obviously we have less money to operate. And it's so clear. And then first of all, I also want to say, I love looking at the pictures of the presentation. Those are real people. Those are the real people that work at the market. Those are the people that every day have to feed their family as well.
Councillor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councillor.
Okay.
You do have to ask questions of the delegate, not comments.
All right. I notice other people give comments too. So,
Councillor, I treat everyone, Councillor, with the greatest of respect, I treat everyone exactly the same. Your microphone is now off and we can't hear you.
I appreciate. Okay. So if want to go to the budget summary, and at the last page, it says council support in context. I want to ask Gord. It says 63% of the Market Corporation revenue comes from rental fees. And the rest comes from the sponsorship and from the city of Hamilton. So in your opinion, if the revenue of rental fees are less people at the market, people are leaving. We know we had 54, we're now at 46. So in your opinion, where can we get that difference? There, it could drop to 50, it could drop to 40%. How would we pay the operating budget? Who would it have to come from?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Albini?
Well, the only means for sustainability other than rental fees and would be to come from our reserves, from our current reserves, which are, you know, about approximately $70,000. We really don't want to do that. But if there's a shortfall, that would be our only option, because we really can't cut expenses any further. You know, and you know, we're exploring other potential revenue streams, but as you can appreciate, it's very difficult to do that during these times, because it would have to be more of an outreach or more event-based type of endeavors, trying to secure more sponsorship. But that's going to be extremely challenging in the short term.
And Gordon, where do our reserves come from?
Well, the reserves are generated from budget surpluses, any potential budget surpluses over the year. So this year, I think we're contributing about $3,000 to our reserve. So do you know, can you tell council how much money we have saved in the last 3 years or 2 years from the reserves? I don't have that exact figure with me today. But you know, we have accumulated some reserves, but the city has also taken back a lot of our reserves. I think about a year and a half ago or something, we had reserves there, and it was swept away. It was swept away. But those are basically, the reserves come from our own self-generated revenue.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Councillor.
Exactly. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed. Could I ask Mike Z a question? If he's there about the budget, or no? Should I wait after?
Give me 1 second, please. Councillor, yes, but only after the presenter has, once
Okay.
we receive the presentation, then you can go to staff. We just don't
Okay.
want to get into debate.
Well, yeah, that's right. Okay, so I do have a question for staff about the reserves. And thank you again, Gordon. Great presentation. And we are so glad that you are on our board, and we need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well within your time frame. The next speaker is Councillor Farr. I can't hear you yet, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I lost connectivity and I'm back, so hopefully this works out. Gordon, thank you very much for the presentation. And obviously, you're aware Monday we'll be meeting, and there'll be a staff presentation. So I'm sure the timing's great. We'll be able to use some of this stuff that you've appropriately put together here today through you, Mr. Chair. Just since I'm on that page, I was trying to reconnect, but on the marketing spend, you mentioned on your no page 7 to 10, it looks like you've reduced it. Prior years 55K. Current planned marketing spend for 2021 is 38,000K. So is there, when the board gets together, and I know you go to all the meetings, this week is a really good example. There's lots of attention, and rightly so, for our cherished market, our vendors, and the history and all of that leads to a lot of mainstream media attention, social media attention as well. Is there a strategy now for marketing? I know we didn't have it in my 2 terms, 8 years on the market board, that you take advantage of those opportunities when the media comes calling, like when they are focused maybe on the story they're focused on this week. It means they're going to look for board members' reactions, vendor reaction. Do you take advantage of the potential free marketing with the kind of media focus and the attention from the media that the market gets? Is there a strategy there?
Thank you, Councillor.
And
Mr.
if there is, I wonder if you kind of do the math on that as well and include that into some of maybe a free marketing strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Albini.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. We do have a strategy. We had put a strategy in place this year where everything was to go through the chair and minimize the fragmentation of the messaging that had occurred in prior years. Unfortunately, our chair recently resigned, and that did not contribute to a unified message being given to the media in recent days. And to answer your second question, no, we don't have a formula from a budget perspective to value what that media is worth, whether it's a gift in kind or any type of value whatsoever. But I can tell you that we do have a marketing. We have established committees now at the board level, and we do have a marketing committee that is focused on marketing. But that's certainly something that we can take a look at going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Farr, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we used to do that in the radio game, and I know a couple of BIAs downtown do that too. They sort of log and track the kind of media attention they receive, even if it's a story that's particular to a certain issue. They'll count that as attention, and from a marketing perspective, it's hard to get free advertising. Not so hard for certain entities, and I would suggest yours is one. Meridian sponsorship, you mentioned that as well. And again, in my recollection, Sue was the ex officio representing Meridian. She came to every board meeting with no voting status, but certainly a contributor. And most of us, I think, very much appreciated that. Is she or a rep from Meridian still attending monthly meetings? And you kind of alluded to it, but I just want to, for my own clarity, Mr. Chair, have they given any indication that a significant corporate sponsorship will be reinstated?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Albini.
Yes, Sue does attend all of our board meetings, and she was instrumental in many of our board meetings in voicing her opinion in 2020. And we have not, I would say we have not done a good job in cultivating that relationship. I do come from a background of working with foundations. I've worked with a number of foundations over the years, and it's all about cultivation. And we as a market board recognize that we have to continue and improve upon our cultivation because they are trusted partners. They bring so much value to us, and we believe we can do more to bring more value to their investment in sponsorship for the market. But it definitely will be a major area of focus this year.
Thank you, sir. Councillor, you have 2 minutes left.
Mr. Chair, Gordon, again, thanks. You wrapped up with the comment that we want to view the market as a cultural and a social infrastructure. I think in my time on council that those headers have been at the forefront when we talk about the Hamilton Farmers Market for sure. I agree. We need to continue to see it as such. It is more than just, a Fortino's locally or a Metro. It's an institution. It reflects on our city's history in such a crucial way, and culturally and socially in many ways, as well as other ways. So you said you want to find a way to provide more resources to the market to help it grow and prosper. So I think I'll close with this question. I'll have some questions in advance of our Monday meeting, and again, this presentation is helpful for the sole shareholders. But can you just expand on that? Are you asking? You're not asking to go above and beyond what we've requested your budget be for this fiscal, and we appreciate that. But can you just expand a little bit on, are you speaking directly to council when you say you want us to view it as a cultural and social infrastructure, find a way to provide more resources to the market to help it grow and prosper? If you just expand on that, Gordon, to close, that I would appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just listen to the answer.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Albini.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I am speaking to council, and I'm really speaking to the community as a whole, the taxpayer base. You know, we invest in parks, we invest in museums, we invest in gardens. We need to look at this in the same light, because I see so much potential with this market, and I look at it from a long-term perspective. As downtown redevelopment continues to accelerate, and we have more people living downtown, that's going to bode well for the market. It's within walking distance. If we can invest in our technological infrastructure to develop a platform for online buying, to help these small businesses sell their product online, and just the location of the market has so much potential in terms of what it may look like with all the exciting things that are being developed around it. You know, with the First Ontario Centre and so forth and so on. So I see so much potential there, spilling out into the street and having events in the street. You know, attracting other sponsors to the market, and really getting you know, having more of an outreach strategy going forward. But you know, this takes energy, it takes resource, it takes money, and it takes you know, a great deal of investment to achieve these things. You know, from a marketing perspective, you know, video is so big right now, and the vendors have so much to offer to the community in terms of, you know, how they grow their food, how they bring their food to market. I mean, how they prepare their food. We have so much to offer, but we're constrained by our lack of reach. There's no shortage of ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Albini. Councillor, you have 15 seconds left.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that expanded answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Our next speaker, I'd like to go to Clerk Paparella for some clarification on Monday's meeting.
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just for clarification so that members of council understand, Monday's meeting is a special meeting of the Hamilton, the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market. So it won't just be a random discussion. There is one item on that agenda, and it is the review of the Hamilton Farmers Market Corporation Stallholder Agreement Renewal Process. So that's what will be on that agenda. It won't be regarding other items. It is a special meeting published just for that particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Tom Jackson, you have the floor, sir. As soon as you turn your mic on, I'll begin timing you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark, and Treasurer Albini. Excellent presentation, and Gord, good to see you again, by the way. And you couldn't ask for a more enthusiastic advocate on your board than our appointee, our liaison, Councillor Pauls. She's such an ambassador for the Hamilton Farmers Market. So Gord, just on your last page, I'm just asking a few questions for clarification, Deputy Mayor Clark. On your last page headed, Gord, Councillor support in context. The 15% from the City of Hamilton levy, but 115,000 with your 2% submission today. Obviously, Gord, and this is a time for open discussion, you feel that that is woefully low and should be higher, through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, to the Treasurer.
Thank you. Mr. Albini, please.
Yes, it is. It really is. We are on a shoestring budget, and it creates friction because we really don't have the resource that are needed, right? And it's the difference between the width of a or the circumference of a pencil lead as to whether we come up on top or we go below. You know, a bump in the vacancy rate would put us behind budget, and so it doesn't give us the means for what we need to do. And just to reemphasize that a lot of the revenue that we do generate does flow back to the city through all those facility costs.
And since
you,
I've
sir.
never,
Councillor.
thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. And Gord, since I've never been on the market board, refresh my memory. Has the 115,000 pretty well been, except for whatever 2%, 1% over the years, has that pretty well been stagnant? Or over the years, was there a year that I forgot about that there was a major bump up from the city? Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you. Mr. Albini, please.
Well, I've been on the board approximately 2 years. I really not privy. I really haven't seen what's gone on prior to that, but my understanding is that it's been fairly consistent over the years.
Okay. Market Corporation, Gord, pays fees to Hamilton Parking Authority. Refresh my memory. What's the arrangement? Is there 2 hours free parking? Christmas time, special times of the year, we got rid of the free parking. You validated all through the market board. Refresh my memory on that budget item, please.
Yes, I believe that it's they have customers need to have their parking ticket validated by the vendor, and we track that by vendor and submit that to the city. And I believe it's 1 or 2 hours free parking validation.
Okay, that's good to be updated on that, Deputy Mayor Clark. Your bullet point here, Gord, on the same page, Market Corporation pays for staffing of City of Hamilton employee. Roughly how much is that on the budget, Gord? Can you tell us, please?
Yes, it equates to about 42% of our overall expenditures and is about $325,000. And when you look at that, I mean, that includes the market manager and support staff, but the issue is, you know, we have, we don't have, for example, a full-time person to do our marketing. We rely upon the city for that support. It's a contract position, and it's created some issues in the past. But I would say from a staffing perspective right now, we're probably at our absolute minimum in terms of what we can operate with.
Thank you, Councillor.
So Gord, let me get this straight, hear this loud and clear. You pay $325,000 a year in city staffing?
Yes.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark?
That's what I heard, Mr. Albini.
Yes, and that includes all benefits, Councillor Clark. That's salaries, wages, vacation pay, government benefits, employee benefits. So it's significant.
Councillor Jackson.
Okay, that number has caught me off guard and much higher than I had anticipated. And last question again, Gord. Under normal times pre-COVID, you said you got 11 vacancies right now out of roughly 55 places there. Normally, you'd be full capacity at the 55, except maybe for the odd 1 or 2. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, and that's my last question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Albini.
Yes, historically, you know, we're around the 95% vacancy occupancy. Now, it would vary based on square footage, obviously, because some stalls are smaller than others. But generally, you know, we're running 4 or 5 vacancies, maybe 3 or 4. You know, the contracts which we will be discussing on Monday, I mean, I think there's an opportunity to improve upon the contracts. I mean, we currently have 1-year contracts. So I think, you know, moving to a longer term contract to provide both security for the vendors and the city would be beneficial. But yes, generally that's where we run in terms of vacancy and occupancy.
Thanks for your volunteer expertise, Treasurer Albini on the board. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. You're well within your time frames. Okay, I have second-time speakers. Councillor Farr, your questions for Mr. Albini or for staff? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Staff.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the committee for Mr. Albini? Seeing none, Mr. Albini, I want to thank you for appearing today to provide your budget presentation. You did an excellent job. If you want to turn off your microphone and your video, you can still listen and see the meeting, but it just helps us with bandwidth issues. Thank you very much again, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so Councillor Farr, the second time speaker was actually Councillor Paul, so I'll go to her for staff questions, then I'll come directly to you. I have to be fair. Councillor Pauls, you asked to speak to staff. Go ahead.
And thank you.
And your questions are about the budget, just to be
Yes,
clear.
it is. It's about
Thank
the
you.
budget. And Councillor
Thank you.
Jackson, I want to say on our book that we received, it says that we pay $325,070 for staff. Anyways, this is for General Manager Mike.
Mr. Zagaric, are you there, sir?
Good morning through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I am.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Please proceed, Councillor Paul.
So I looked through this book yesterday, and if you go to the Hamilton Farmers Market Corporation Statement of Operation, year end December 31st, 2019, compare it to 2018, and it's page 2. I don't know if you, it says this. It says that the city levy funded projected was 112, but to 2019, you have 112,000 plus another subsidy that the city gave for 58,000. Where's that? I don't think we received that.
Mr. Zagaric?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to actually invite Brian McMullen into the conversation. I don't know if this was related to a transfer from reserve, and I know Brian has looked at this in support of the city manager's office. So I'm not sure if Brian might know the details of that $58,189 transfer.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen?
So through the deputy mayor, I just have to find that page as well that the councillor is referring to.
Can you give us the page number again, Councillor Pauls?
Page 2.
Yes.
Yeah, page 2 after the Hamilton Farmers Market Corporation, and it's year end December 31st, 2019.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Go ahead, Mr. McMullen.
So I can't find page 2 right now. There's a 295 page document.
Okay, it's almost at the end of.
Okay, thank you.
So it's page 2 under the farmers market section, correct?
Yes,
Counselor?
of course. Yeah,
Getting there.
I think it's the 4th last page, 1 to the 3rd
Oh.
last page of the whole book. You see it? It's just confusing because it seems like that the city gave almost 170,000 to the Hamilton's Farmers Market, and we really only received 112. So I just want to clarify that.
So if I can help Mr. McMullen, this is page 2 of the statement of operations. So it's in their financial statements.
Thank you.
The audit, and it's page 2 at the bottom of the audit page. Sorry for that, Councillor Pauls. We were just having challenges finding the exact page.
Yeah, so through the deputy mayor. So yeah, that 58,189 would have been a subsidy from the prior year. That would have been reconciled and provided to the auditors. I think it was who's the auditors in this case? Is it Deloitte or KPMG? Sorry, KPMG. So that's related to a prior year deficit. It looks like.
Well, it can't be because 2018, it says we were in the deficit for 39. It was 111,000 from the levy. And so are you saying then that we gave an extra 58,000? Like, it's very confusing to me and I can't figure it out. And we just want to make it clear that the farmers market did not receive from the levy that 58,000.
So through the deputy mayor, so what we can do is we can talk about this offline, and I assume these financial statements were presented to the farmers market board at a previous meeting. And I can
Okay,
work with Cyrus
uh,
Durrani on
to
that
be
issue.
fair, Mr. McMullen, we're in a budget process, so we shouldn't be getting this information offline. It should be coming back to this committee. At the next meeting, you could
Yeah.
provide this information up front or something, but it has to be publicly received, is what I'm saying. Councillor Pauls?
Yes, can I suggest what I think it is? I'm not sure, but I tried to figure it out. A couple of years ago, Eric suggested that we take some money from our reserve, like start a reserve fund. We didn't have a reserve fund. So we started doing a reserve fund. I think this is our reserve fund that we put it under the subsidy of a Hamilton. This is the money that we took out every end of the year, every month. Maybe we didn't do much advertising. We took it out and put it in a reserve fund for rainy days. And I think that's what it is. And I want to be clarifying, letting my counselors know, my colleagues, that this is reserve fund. It is not tax levy money.
Okay, so Councillor Pauls, can I ask Mr. Zagarek to tell us how we're going to reconcile this and how he's going to inform us of their review?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we'll take this away and bring it back at a subsequent GIC. What Councillor Pauls is referring to is consistent with what Mr. Albini described in his presentation. In 2019, there was a deficit in the farmers market, and as a result, what staff recommended and what City Council approved was through the disposition of year-end surplus report is to draw from the farmers market reserve. The farmers market has a stabilization reserve. I'll describe it as a stabilization reserve. It's intended to deal with extraordinary circumstances that affect the cash flow of the farmers market. And as Mr. Albini made reference to in his presentation, there was a year, in fact, it was in 2019 where there was a deficit, and that deficit seems to be consistent with the figures KPMG is reporting in the farmers market financial statement, but we'll confirm that and report back to GIC, possibly through a subsequent presentation to council, to committee. But again, it may very well be that draw from reserve to address the 2019 deficit.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, can you just record direction to staff to report back on the $58,189 on page 2 of the farmers market financial statement?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, I cannot record staff direction unless it's in a motion, and that's pursuant to the Municipal Act. No note or comment.
Thank you. So, Councillor Pauls, if you'd like to make a motion to get this review, and then we can make sure that we get it back. Councillor Pauls, your microphone's off. Sorry.
If that's what we need to do, then I hope Stephanie can help me with this motion, and we will put it through.
I'll do the wording. Yep.
Thank you.
And the seconder for that motion would be whom? Councillor Jackson is giving a thumbs up.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I
And
want
so
to ask.
okay, so hang on. There's a motion before us now. So we need to address that motion, and the clerk is just working on it. Sorry. And I've stopped the clock for you, Councillor Paul, so I'm not eating up your time.
I'll just be a quick second, folks.
No problem. These things come up on the fly.
It's just processing. Give me a quick second.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Councillor Pauls as the mover. I'm sorry if you said through Mr.
Councillor Jackson.
Jackson, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And the vote is up, councillors. This way, Councillor Pauls, we actually find out exactly what's going on, and we're all finding out together, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
My pleasure. Councillor Ferguson, did you get the vote up on your screen? Councillor Vanderbeek? That's correct. Yep. Okay. The vote's now closed. Thank you, councillors. and it carried 13-0. Okay, Councillor Paul, back to you. You have 1 minute and 50 seconds
Okay.
left.
Another question, General Manager Mike Z. Can I ask you, is this common practice to take money from the reserve that the Hamilton Farmers Market save for rainy days and put it against the deficit and call it city subsidy?
But to be fair, we've asked him to review it and report back on it. Now you're asking a question like we have the answer to that question.
Oh, okay. I just
So
wanted
that would be a
to tell
question
me-
that I would suggest that you would ask when we get the report back from Mr. Zagaric. Does that make sense? Otherwise, we're speculating again, and I don't want to keep going in circles.
Well, I just wanted to know if it was that, it's a common practice. That's all I wanted to know. But if you can't answer it, we'll wait till.
Once we get the information, then it would be prudent and wise to ask that question at that time. Because it may not be, they may not have done that. I don't know.
I am pretty
Okay,
sure
so
that.
I'm going back to 1 minute and 50 seconds
Okay.
for you. Go ahead.
All right. So actually, that was my main concern when I looked through the budget, is that extra 58,000 that the city, the Hamilton's farmer could have used to help mitigate some expenses for themselves that they've been putting away for such a long time. And so that's why I need to know the answer for that. So thank you. Thank you, Mike.
And
Yeah.
that is very wise. And so we will get all of that information back from Mr. Zagaric, and then council committee can take it into consideration when they're finally doing the deliberations for the farmers market budget. So thank you very much, Councillor Pauls. We have a number of speakers. Councillor Farr, Jackson, and Ferguson. Councillor Farr, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is for staff?
Yes, it is. It's for staff.
Okay, so we have, just after my first round of questions to Gordon, an agenda for Monday regarding a very specific focus, as Stephanie pointed out, our clerk, reviewing the stallholder renewal agreement. That's it. That's the presentation, and that's pretty much the agenda. So I just want to make certain there's a number of areas I think we should be covering between now and then. And if we can't add to that agenda Monday, and I guess given the presentation we just received, I'm looking to confirm a few things. First, in advance of the meeting Monday, when is the annual stallholder renewal due? Is it Friday or Monday? And how many have signed the renewal, the annual renewal procedure that we go through? How many have signed to date? Through you, those two questions to whomever. I think Cyrus is with us.
Okay, the challenge that I have is that's not an item that's before us. Budget is before us, not the renewal agreement. It's almost as though if you're wanting to ask those questions, you're going to have to ask for a meeting to ask those questions, because this is the budget, and I'm getting references from the clerks that's.
So very respectfully, sorry to interrupt, Brad.
No problem.
Very respectfully, if it's a pretty significant number of stallholders who have not renewed, the budget that was just presented to us is, it wouldn't mean much. I mean, if half the market stallholders didn't come back, that budget is a moot point that we received here today. So I'm just trying to respectfully find an avenue or a forum even in which we can tackle some of these important questions as opposed to a very specific focus on how the annual stallholder renewal process works for Monday. Whether I need to add to the, respectfully request to add to the agenda on Monday or answer those questions here. So that's where I'm going.
First, I'll stop the clock because you're asking questions about order, and I'll ask
Thank you.
Caparella to assist us.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So the budget presentation that is before you today that's what you're actually discussing. Monday's meeting will cover it's a review of the process, and as far as how many have how many of the stallholders have actually signed it, you may very well know by Monday. I think staff will have some indication of that. There will also be staff at the meeting that you can ask at that time. That matter is specifically related to the process that the Hamilton Farmers Market is following or So if your questions are about that, that's where you should ask them. You're not approving the Hamilton Farmers Market budget today anyway. So you do have time to ask additional questions, but we don't do that until the deliberations portion. Does that help you at all?
So, Councillor, if you can frame your questions around the budget somehow, you might have an avenue to ask those questions. But in the manner that you did, it was not around the budget. Sorry.
I was attempting to do so, and actually, Gordon's presentation did allude to the number of stallholders, and I'm trying to nail down how many we may be able to expect. That number is that number of stallholders going to be consistent a month from now, 2 months from now, or are we in a position right now where half, let's say, of the stallholders haven't even signed the annual renewal, and how that might negatively affect what was presented to us today? If this isn't the forum, fair enough. I'll hope to have offline conversations leading up to Monday that maybe gets us some answers here. But specific to the presentation, then through you to staff, Mike Zagaric, I guess, would be the first person that maybe want to tackle this. We heard Gordon say, he concluded, I brought it up with him, that he wants to ensure that we continue to, he didn't say continue, but he said we want to view the market as a cultural and social infrastructure. Culture, of course, falls under planning and economic development. And he said we want to find a way to provide more resources to the market to help grow and prosper. I think the biggest focus right now for those on the board, in my humble opinion, the market board of directors and those vendors, when we use the word resources, is money. We all know that. We've had the presentations and we've had the asks in recent past. So through you to Mike, we gave some one-time funding to BIAs. I think it was $10,000. We through planning, I think, and economic development, offered some pretty significant leniencies to the taxi cab industry. What would prevent us here today from at least investigating through a potential motion a one-time monetary commitment through an economic development reserve or something to that effect? Is that anything that we can contemplate?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Zagaric, the question is in order.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's absolutely at the discretion of council. If council chose to provide one-time funding to the market as it relates to some of the challenges that we currently face under the circumstances, that would be a decision council has the authority to make and could make through the balance of our budget deliberations.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you. And so, Mike, would that be something I would present here, and then ultimately we debate before closing the budget? And would I need to be, if I were to entertain this, and I am entertaining it, specific to certain segments? As an example, Gordon presented, Mr. Chair, a reduction from the board, the Farmers Market Board, in what they're putting towards marketing. If we found something through an economic development reserve, non-levy impact, and do we need to focus specifically on some of the areas where they're making some cuts? Would that be more appropriate?
Mr. Zagaric.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's really a discretion of council. If the council wants to put forward a notice of motion with respect to a possible one-time enhancement to the farmers market to address some additional efforts towards marketing, that is at the discretion of the council and committee. That would be referred to the budget process, likely to the dates that we have set aside for business cases and council referred. And given that it is one time, again, the council could consider either a draw from reserve, either farmers market reserve or from a City of Hamilton reserve, or ask the farmers market board to review their budgets and identify if there are any further potential efficiencies or savings to accommodate that additional investment.
So, Councillor Farr, if you're interested in pursuing that type of motion, you'd need to identify the amount of money that you're talking about and the accounts that it would be coming from. And that could happen in any of the budget GIC meetings. So you don't have to do it today because this might be new to you, but perhaps the next budget GIC meeting, you could bring forth that motion and we can address it then. Does that help you?
Yeah, I'm aware. I just one last question. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. I am focused obviously on the economic development reserve. So my last question is, and I may draw up. I don't want to rush it, and I know there's plenty of opportunities. So it may come in a near future meeting as opposed to on the fly today. But where are we at right now? What is our economic development reserve sitting at right now, Mike, through you? And that's pretty much it, Brad.
Thank you, Councillor
Clark.
You were well within your 5 minutes. And Mr. Zegaric?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't have that number on hand, but again, maybe prior to the end of today's committee meeting, we can provide committee that figure.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Councillor Farr, anything else? You had 1 minute left, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we all agree that, as Gordon rightly points out, that we continue to focus on the market as you know, of such historical significance, that it is, as Gordon says, a cultural and social infrastructure that we should all continue to value, then I think given the circumstances, and you know, we all know, and we had that closed session report about a month and a half ago, of some of the reasons and challenges we have as a stallholders association, as councillors, on certain things we can and cannot do. These questions that I've had through you to Mike have been helpful to me in knowing that I've just heard plain and simple, there are certain things we can do, and a one-time reserve funding, a grant, given the extraordinary circumstances that our cherished vendors and our market is going through, we can do. And if we focus on that cultural and social infrastructure in making that attempt, that gesture as a council, that's something I would like to do, probably around the 25-30K range, and from the Economic Development Reserve. So that's out there. I won't officially throw that motion on the floor, but I certainly will be working on it as we speak, and either by the end of today's meeting, Deputy Mayor Clark, or at a very near future GIC, I will bring that forward. Thank you.
Excellent, Councillor. I appreciate that. The next speakers are Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ferguson. His first time, and then second time would be Councillor Pauls. Councillor Jackson, sir, you have the floor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. And I should also acknowledge Councillor Farr in the 8 years as Councillor Pauls' predecessor. You cared so much about the farmers market as well and did an outstanding job. And I like the direction you're going in. Deputy Mayor Clark, I need to just drill down on two items on the markets budget. General Manager Zegaric, if you can help me, and again, if I had served on this board, my detailed recall would be much clearer and much more informative. So I apologize. I'm trying to jar my memory. Mike, in 2015, it shows that we gave them almost $168,000. And then through an operating agreement in 2015, that same year, and I don't know if it was coincidental or not, Deputy Mayor Clark, but with the operating agreement the city entered into with the Farmers Market Corporation, we reduced the 167,000 by 60 grand. So the last 4 or 5 years, they've been in the 107, and it looks like just basically rate of inflation, as council's asked for, getting up to the 115. Through you to General Manager Zegaric or Director McMullen, can anybody recall the 60,000 less that the city provided in annual operating funding, and why? Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Zegaric.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we'll have to go back and see if there's some detail. I just can't recall exactly what transpired in 2016, whether it was revenue from external partnerships, some sponsorship, or revenue from non-levy revenue, but we'll have to confirm that. So we'll take that away as well.
Perfect.
To the previous ask, Councillor, through the Deputy Mayor, and maybe prior to the end of this committee meeting, provide committee with an answer.
If not, or thank you, General Manager Zegaric, for your sincere answer. And if it's part of what you're bringing back through the motion we approved for Councillor Pauls as a total package at a future GIC, Deputy Mayor Clark, I'll leave that to your direction as well. Second question through to General Manager Zegaric, and again, It's historical, Mike. So if you don't have it today, I apologize for not asking it in advance to prepare you. I was surprised, unless I've been asleep for the last 5-6 years, I was surprised to hear that the market board pays the city $325,000 for a manager and couple of support staff. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, to the general manager, has that number been pretty consistent the last number of years, or was there a sudden massive bump up there for some reason that is unknowns to me? Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Zagaric, please.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the reporting of the staff that support that facility in the farmers market budget has been the practice over time. That has not changed, and the level of funding has varied from time to time as a result of changes in job descriptions. And I believe there was a period of time where there were some reductions in complement and internal resources to the facility that would have affected the level of funding and the employee-related costs in that budget. So again, there has been no change. This has been consistent practice, and as relates to the reporting of city employees that provide direct and sole support to that facility.
Thank you, Councillor.
So, General Manager Zagaric, I'm just remembering maybe about 10 years ago, maybe at the time we did about the $8 million massive renovation at the market. I seem to recall under Director Anna Bradford's time, now retired, I seem to recall an amount in the 150 to 170 range for staffing resources and a main manager from city staff appointed to the board. So I would definitely like to, before we approve the farmers market budget sometime in the future, Deputy Mayor Clark, that's a budget item I'd like to drill down on to know exactly the efficiency and efficacy of having that amount charged to the board and what the upside and downside is of retaining that amount they're paying and or possibly reducing it, but what the upside and downside might be. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Zagaric, you good with that request from Councillor Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I could just ask for some further clarity with respect to the request. Is the councillor asking staff to provide some options or alternatives as to the level of service? So recognizing, again, I believe this is principally the employee-related cost for the manager, as well as some staff who are tasked with cleaning the facility and maintaining the the quality of the facility. Is the councillor's request for staff to report back on options in terms of how to provide that service?
Yes, yes, Deputy Mayor Clark. Yes, General Manager Zagaric. And could you, as part of that, especially for newer members of council, could you go back to about the 10, 12 years ago? I'm not trying to create any extra consternation or unnecessary overload of work, Mike. But I think the perspective of what 10, 12 years ago, after the renos, I seem to recall there was one main manager assigned that did a lot of work for the board, roughly in the 150 grand range. And now today, here we are, it's 325,000. So yes, to what you're interpreting from me, and maybe a little more historical context as well. If I could, Deputy Mayor Clark, please. Thank you.
Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we will make best efforts to review the historical complement for the farmers market and the associated employee related costs. And with respect to the level of service, we'll have to coordinate that work with Public Works and Director Rome D'Angelo as they provide that support to corporate facilities in the downtown to try to assess whether there's some alternative approaches to service delivery.
General Manager Zagaric, I really appreciate you taking that under advisement. Deputy Mayor Clark, do you want to formalize that, or is that sufficient?
We're in a budget process, so if you wanted to formalize it, we can do it that way. Or if you're comfortable with him just reporting back, that's fine.
I'm comfortable with him reporting back as long as the majority of my colleagues are as well, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Seeing shaking heads around the table. Thank you. And I think Mr. Zagaric has exactly what you're asking for. So.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Next speakers, first time, are Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Eisenberger. Councillor Lloyd Ferguson, sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, you're right. This is my first time. Just a couple of questions. Number one is, just refresh my memory through you to Mike. Does the farmers market pay any rent for the use of the building?
Mr. Zagaric?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would categorize the stallholder fees equivalent to rent. So those stallholder fees are fees that the vendors pay through the Farmers Market Board to the city.
So that's for the staffing then, is it?
Those revenues in part help to fund the staffing costs.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, so the amount that the $300,000, that's just staffing cost, or is that the total amount that the stallholders pay to the city?
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the reporting that you have before you today identifies $325,070 related to employee-related costs.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel for how much they pay in rent for the use of the building.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm just drawing from the reporting that's captured in the boards and agencies documents. It shows market rentals at $512,660 for 2020, and the 2021 restated budget, 2021 budget shows a slight reduction, I believe, of 24,000. So approximately $500,000 in market rentals.
Thank you. Councillor?
And is that a subsidy from the city, or is that paid for by the stallholders? So it'd be over $800,000 if you include the staffing costs, would it?
Mr. Zagaric?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, apologize if I'm confusing issues. The 300 and let me just go back up. $325,000 is an expense. The $500,000 is a revenue. It's one of the revenues that is captured under the farmers market. That is the stallholder rental revenues. In 2020, their total revenues amounted to just short of $700,000. Principally, it's the vendor rentals and then sponsorship of $125,000. And I believe the delegation today reported that as Meridian sponsorship.
Okay, if I can, I'm sorry. I have to apologize. I left my budget book at home because I took it home for a previous meeting and I forgot to pick it up this morning. But how much does the trying to think of a different way to ask the same question. How much does the farmers market? Okay, I can't think of the way to ask the question differently. Where I'm going on this, what is the subsidy provided by the city to the farmers market every year?
Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll continue to draw on the 2020 figures as reported to you. So total expenses amount to approximately $800,000 inclusive of the employee-related costs that we've been speaking to. Their total revenues in 2020 were forecast at just short of $700,000, leaving a remaining balance, unfunded balance of about $112,000, and that's made up of the city levy. So the city funds the difference between the expenditures of approximately $800,000 and revenues of approximately $700,000.
Okay, so the taxpayer puts in $112,000 right now then to the farmers market, because where I'm going in this, I'm hearing others suggest that we should be either making one-time extra payments to them, and I know the COVID thing is causing havoc, as it is with everything in the city. My concern here is that we have other farmers market, and I can only speak intelligently about the Ancaster farmers market. They get zero subsidy, run a nice farmers market, and they have to pay rent to the landlord that owns a property which is St. John's Church. They hold that property. They get about 25, 30 vendors in there, some amount that they can fit. Very successful. I'm just worried that the other farmers market, if we start handing out more money to the Hamilton farmers market, are going to be coming to us for a Me Too. And what's that mean to us? And so I just want to lay that risk out there that there's You know, I think there's one on Concession. I think there's one on Ottawa Street. I know of one on Lock Street. And I don't believe they receive any grants from the city. And if we continue to ramp this up above the $100,000, then we're at risk that others are going to ask for the same consideration. So I just put it out there for food for thought, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Mayor Eisenberger, sir, 5 minutes.
I'm fine, thanks. I'll speak to this at another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Much appreciated. Councillor Pauls, this is the second time. Questions for clarification to staff.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Farr for suggesting we might use economic reserves. But my question is to General Manager Mike Z. Could the farmers market reserve funds, which I know it's up to $70,000, could we use that for ourselves?
Mr. Zagarek?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if the councillor is asking, would it be appropriate to use a farmers market reserve for a one-time investment in some additional promotion? Yes, that aligns with the purpose for the reserve. Procedurally, I believe the farmers market would have to make that recommendation to council, as council has control over that reserve. It's a City of Hamilton reserve, so procedurally the board would make that recommendation to council.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
I really appreciate that because it seems we'll find out more about this almost $60,000 that the city used as a Hamilton subsidy when we know more about it, because I know that's part of our reserve. But anyways, beside that, I want to comment on, if I can, Councillor Ferguson saying something about the Ancaster. They might want to be subsidized. Did you know that the Hamilton's Farmers Market, I know you know, you've been in council for a long time, they pay for staff, they pay for parking, they pay for hydro, they pay for everything that we are giving them. I do not know if the Ancaster Farmers Market, do they have to pay for parking? Do they have to pay for staff?
Okay, who are you asking those questions
I'm
to?
just
Because
saying,
we're not debating the issue
I know,
right now.
and I understand that. I'm just saying that the Hamilton's Farmers Market is an institution for 183 years. It's not like the little farmers market that open up everywhere. There's one on Concession Street. We, you know, we're not subsidizing them because
Again,
okay.
Councillor, respectfully, you have to ask questions of staff where we will be deliberating and
Yes.
debating the farmers market budget at a future date where we'll have all of this information.
And Councillor Ferguson, to be fair, stated the question that if we open this can of worm, that we're going to help the farmers market in Hamilton, the one that it's really a place where people from all over come. I had somebody from Toronto tell me, I love your market. I come down all the time. It's not just a little mom and pop shop in Ancaster. And I love a different farmers market popping up. But don't get me wrong. I have one on Concession Street. They're great, but it's not the same. This is our icon that we've had for 183 years. This is a place that people go and shop. And you know how downtown is vibrant. It's going to be vibrant, not now, but it will be. And we need a Hamilton's Farmers Market. So I just want to say it is totally different. And we're not opening a can of worms. We're just saying we have an institution. We have to decide whether we value it or not. Whether the city of Hamilton values it, or the people value it, or the stall owner.
Okay, Councillor, I appreciate your passionate advocacy for the farmers market, but we are not debating the matter that's before us today. You will have an opportunity to debate further, and I'm sure Councillor Ferguson will offer his views at that time also. Your microphone is off, Councillor. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I want to be clear that I heard from General Manager Mike Z that if the farmers market has a reserve, we as council can decide that they can use the reserve because it was put there.
I'm not sure that's what Mr. Zagarek said. Mr. Zagarek, would you like to clarify, please?
Oh, clarify it then, please.
Yeah.
I heard him say that you could spend farmers market could spend that budget on marketing. But let's hear clarification from Mr. Zagarek. Mr. Zagarek.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the reserve is in the under the authority of council. So the board could put forward a recommendation to council to use a portion of the reserve to be dedicated towards one-time cost for additional promotion, or alternatively, Councillor Farr's reference to a motion that could be a potential funding source to what Councillor Farr earlier made reference to.
Councillor Pauls?
Okay, I am pretty sure that the board did not realize that our reserves are only for advertising. We took less money to advertise, to put it in a reserve just in case other rainy days comes. So I'm not clear at that. I'm not clear that we know this, that the reserve we take is only
to be
for
clear,
advertising.
Councillor Pauls, Mr. Zagarek said they could put forward a motion to council to use the money for marketing, or similarly for use as Councillor Farr had suggested in terms of some type of subsidy. So that's what Mr. Zagarek just
so
said.
we could. So then it's clear that we could use it. Okay.
Yes, so the board makes the request to council and then council would consider that request. Is that correct, Mr. Zagarek?
Yes. Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. And if I suggested the reserve can be used solely for promotion, that's incorrect. It could be used as it relates to cash flow challenges or one-time expenditures.
Excellent. Does that help, Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, Mike C. You make it so clear to me, and I really enjoy talking to you, even offline, and I appreciate that. And thank you again to Councillor Jackson for showing some concerns. So I really appreciate and asking questions. I appreciate Councillor Farr because you've been on the Hamilton's farmer market, and you are the councillor that represents the downtown area. And Councillor Wilson and Councillor Nan, it's your area that uses that market. I know. I have people from your area calling me saying they love
Okay, Councillor.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I just have to try to keep us to we're asking questions. We're not debating the items that are before us today because they're information reports. Mayor Eisenberger, you have your hand up.
I do, and you know what, I just want to say that we all care about the farmers market downtown. To the degree that we spent some $8 million not too long ago to retrofit the entire facility to make it good for the farmers market to continue to operate. So this notion that there's members of council that don't concern themselves or care about it or aren't focused on it, it has been an ongoing challenge. Likely will continue to be. And my only recommendation is that one-off solutions here are not going to be the ultimate answer in terms of how we fix this problem. So I'm just going to ask for, so I know that we're dealing with some governance issues upcoming. I know that Tourism Hamilton does a lot of promotion on behalf of the farmers market, as they do on behalf of a lot of other organizations in our community. At our municipal cost. So if we're going to get an all-in picture of this and get beyond this budget debate and talk about what the long-term effectiveness and advocacy for our farmers markets are going to be, I suggest we create a group of individuals on council and staff that come to the conclusion that we need a longer-term solution, and how are we going to collectively create that. So let me just finish with, and I really appreciate Councillor Paul's passion for the market. Someone needs to be the strong voice, and she's definitely that strong voice. But that doesn't mean that other members of council are not concerned about it. They have been. We have been for years. We've been finding the model to work. It was considered for a time that private sector investment, and Meridian stepped up in a very big way to provide sponsorship, and that those opportunities could keep getting explored. And a lot of that stuff was at direction of council to find new and innovative, creative ways of delivering that kind of market cultural experience, and at the same time, provide opportunities for others to sponsor and do it cost effectively. So not a budget issue. I'm just going to suggest if Councillor Farr is going to bring a motion forward, that maybe part of that motion ought to include some members of council and staff and others coming together and looking for that longer term solution that that will hopefully avoid the year-to-year discussions we have on the farmers market, because it absolutely has been year to year. So quite respect Councillor Paul's commitment to this, and I would certainly advocate for a kind of broader coming together with maybe some of the experienced members of council with Councillor Paul to sit down and talk about how do we get the next steps here that doesn't cause us the ongoing grief, in cooperation and collaboration, quite frankly, with some of the stallholders. And I have to say that some of them have not been particularly collaborative and cooperative in terms of how we get there. So on that, I appreciate the latitude, Councillor Clark, but I have to clarify that we're all concerned about the market, and we'll continue to be, and we're all going to look for ways of making it efficient, effective, and ongoingly beneficial to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sincerely appreciate that. So if Councillor Pauls, you want to explore what the mayor is suggesting and speak to the clerks, they can advise you on which meeting you would put that motion into, if that makes sense to you. She's nodding her head. Excellent. Thank you very much. Second time speaker is Councillor Jason Farr.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And just to the mayor's comment there, I think we may already be on our way on investigating how we can all do better in the future, because I believe it was about 6 weeks ago that we approved a consulting report as a result of our debate on the other consulting report. So yeah, we can check with, I'm sure we've done that, and we can check with Cyrus on that. He's actually on this call. I do have a motion. I'm just about through formulating it. I'll leave it as a notice later on in this meeting, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Is that an appropriate time to bring it forward?
Yeah, you can do a notice of motion for a future budget GIC meeting. Yes, you can.
Perfect. I'll do that then.
If you can help us out with the clerk by emailing it to her, that makes it a lot easier to get it in eScribe.
I almost always do, and I'm just about done. It's in draft, so Stephanie should get it in a matter of seconds. But you'll come back to me with a notice later on this meeting, right?
I already made that notation, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further speakers on this item, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Jackson, and that will be an electronic vote, please. The vote is now up, councillors. If you're just submitting, please just give me the high sign. Councillor Vanderbeek is giving me a thumbs up, Madam Clerk. Councillor Partridge, did you get the vote on your screen? You're good? Okay. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge. The vote is closed and it carried 14-0. Thank you, councillors. So we are now moving on to item 6.2 in the agenda, which is the Hamilton Library Board, the 2021 budget presentation. The following parties will provide the presentation regarding the Hamilton Library Board. Nick Van Velzen is the board chair. Nick, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Paul Takla is the chief librarian and CEO. Oh, yes. Before we begin the presentation, I'm just reminded by the clerk if we can get a motion to give me the discretion to extend it if necessary, the time limit. That's moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Partridge. And that will also be an electronic vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reminding me.
Are we good to go?
Just 2 seconds. Soon as the vote is compiled, we'll be ready to go. Anyone having challenges submitting their vote?
Can we have that applied to all presentations today?
I tried that. I was advised no. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. You and I think alike.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I already have them pre-populated in eScribe. That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson has left the room. Councillor Vanderbeek, are you okay? Thumbs up to extend? Thumbs up. Vote is now closed. Carried 13-0, and please proceed. Paul and Nick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and councillors. We're pleased to be here today to present the Library Board's budget request. The presentation is going to be done by Nick Van Velsen, who was last night re-elected as chair of the Hamilton Public Library Board for a second year. And we also have Tony Delmonico, our Director of Finance and Facilities, on hand if there's any questions. So
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, may I share my screen for the presentation?
Yes, please. Let's put it up and we'll make sure it's working and then we'll start. It is up on our screen. If you can put it in a slide presentation so we can see it larger, that would excellent. We're seeing it. Please proceed, Nick.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors. We have three objectives for our presentation today: to provide an overview of our budget request, to highlight some of the ways we have been working to support Hamiltonians during the pandemic, and a brief look at what is ahead, and we will close with a few acknowledgements. This is our 2021 operating budget. Here is our budget history for the last decade. Library increases average 1.3% per year. Meeting these targets has required a lot of work over many years and continual effort. Here is an overview of our 2021 budget submission. We are requesting a 1.5% increase, which is $459,000. This 1.5% increase is under the direction of 2%. In 2021, we are facing some pressures as well as some positive drivers. The major ones are listed in this table. As we work through the pandemic, we have been careful to find savings to cover pandemic-related expenses. I'm pleased to report in 2020, the Library Board approved eliminating overdue fines on youth materials and has stopped other overdue fines until the end of 2021 due to the pandemic. We know this is a major barrier to many, and it especially hurts the reading, development, and learning of youth for families with limited financial resources. We have worked with staff to implement permanent cost savings to fund this critical measure to improve access. We should note that eliminating fines is actually a cost-saving measure, that the revenue brought in by fines was less than the overhead required to collect them. Now for some highlights from this past year. The library started 2020 with upward trends in usage, and then the pandemic hit. Since then, HPL staff has been focused on responding to the public health crisis and redesigning our services to ensure we provide service safely and adhere to public health guidance. We note that we are in second position in terms of rating of services, beaten only by the firefighters. And how do you beat the firefighters? HPL had a pandemic plan that has helped us to respond effectively. Working with the city and communities to support them. The emergency response has been our highest priority, and this includes secondment of staff to the city. We continue to deliver excellence in library service, albeit with a lot of restrictions. Early on the pandemic, we had a rapid shift to online services. We were able to do that because we had a strong existing foundation. In the late spring and summer, we reopened all library branches with all the health precautions in place. Although we ended 2020 under increased restrictions again, the library continues to do more than most of our peer libraries. COVID-19 has caused us to reevaluate what services we provide and how we deliver those services. With in-person events being canceled, we have redirected staff activities and we continue to save money to meet COVID-19 related expenses. Early in the pandemic, HPL launched a new customer support system that enables staff to support library members while working remotely. We reached out to thousands of seniors with a friendly phone call to make sure they were okay. These calls lead to a lot of follow-up appointments to help seniors connect to our online services like eBook. And in particular, Fresh Desk Support has been a great success. In 2019, we launched a new online registration system to make it easier for residents to get a library card. We continue to sign up new members, both online and in person. With an emphasis on online learning, HPL launched a remote student tutoring site, BrainFuse, for example, when a strong growth in usage of our digital services. We anticipate the strong growth in digital usage to continue. The top chart shows the usage of physical collections like books and DVDs in 2020. After starting 2020 with strong use, COVID-19 restrictions stopped physical borrowing for some time in spring. Although we are still operating under a lot of restrictions, we were pleased to see a strong rebound in usage of physical materials. HPL has long invested in digital services for our residents. The bottom chart shows the major categories of our digital collection. We saw large growth during the early lockdown months, and we closed 2020 significantly higher than we were pre-COVID in terms of digital use. We remind Council that what is important about these numbers is all the reading, learning, staying informed, and being entertained during a very challenging year. COVID-19 has raised awareness of the problem of a lack of access to connectivity and computers. The library has worked hard for the last 25 years to ensure all Hamiltonians have adequate digital access. Although the pandemic has reduced the amount of access we can provide, we are still doing a lot to meet this vital need. We are excited about working with the City of Hamilton Chief Digital Officer and HCE to expand outdoor Wi-Fi, exploring extending to 300 meters from the 80 meters as Council explores solutions to improve equitable digital access. HPL is a willing partner with sustainable and highly utilized services that we keep building on. Facility renewals. Thanks to Council ongoing support, we continue to advance our facility master plan. We are really excited about the new branch coming to Carlisle at the corner of Center and Carlisle Road. If possible, this project will do because of the generous donation of TD Bank. In Greenville, the new branch and recreation space is progressing well and will be completed in the coming months. On the left is a recent picture of the Parkdale branch at the Indwell site. We look forward to opening it in the coming months. Construction of the Valley Park branch is proceeding well. As you can see, the building is beginning to take shape, and we look forward to its completion in late 2021 or early next year. Of note to Councillor Jackson, we're also starting the process of revamping our popular bookmobile fleet, but that is in very early steps. Looking ahead, while we are still focused on helping Hamiltonians get through the pandemic and providing library service safely, we are placing special emphasis on learning and digital access and helping residents connect to services. We are also beginning our planning for our role in the post-pandemic recovery. The library will be focused on working with trusted partners to ensure that we are as impactful as possible. And finally, a thank you to library staff and council. On behalf of the library board, I wish to thank the library staff for all the work they've done during the past year, often under very challenging circumstances. And thank you to council for your ongoing support. Your support makes our work possible. Finally, I want to acknowledge that last year we lost one of our board members to illness. Vicky Chichetta was a retired language professor from McMaster. Vicky was a dedicated board member and a very dear person. We will all miss her. We will now take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pearson, please. Oh, sorry, and Nick, could you or Paul just stop the sharing of your screen so that I can see all the councillors? Thank you very much appreciated. Councillor Pearson, are you there?
Yes.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Paul and Nick. Congratulations again to Nick for re-election as chair last night. Look forward to another exciting year ahead of us. I guess my question first and foremost, and I'd like to put some comments on, if I could, Mr. Chairman, as a member of the board, as your council representative, along with Councillor Partridge. I just want to ask through Nick or Paul or Tony, with regards to the pandemic and coming in with a very responsible budget increase, and I'm proud of that. Has there been any cuts that were required in order to meet this budget increase of 1.5%? That's my first question.
Thank you, Councillor. Nick?
Paul.
Paul, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to answer the question, I think that the big thing that we've had a number of retirements, and we've had some people leave the organization. So we've had a fair bit of attrition. And so what we're doing, while we're under the pandemic restrictions, we're not filling those positions. And those positions, so basically the filled positions, are what we're using to save money. And we're building up some of the reserve in that next year to get us to our 1.5. We did earlier on in 2020 lay off or put on in the emergency leave most of our pages. And they've been called back, although I believe there's still 20 that we haven't been able to get back due to different circumstances. So we have made some shifts in our expenses around collections because we're not moving as much physical materials to increase digital access. So we've been very prudent in terms of making sure that we're careful so that we're able to save money to get through this pandemic and then be able to deliver our new services when we're on the other side.
Wonderful. Thank you. And my second question to that, Paul, because as in our conversations last night at the board meeting, I also want to make it known so that my councillor colleagues are aware as well that a number of library board staff have also been seconded to assist with the Emergency and Operations Center at the City of Hamilton. So how has the library, how have your existing staff that are staying there been able to meet the needs, because you have, and not reduce any of the services that you're providing?
Thank you. Nick or Paul?
Turn to Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor. And I guess so right now, just for example, we have 16 full-time staff that have been seconded. The bulk of them are supporting public health, booking vaccinations, and testing appointments. Early on in the pandemic, and according to our pandemic plan that we had, and it actually was developed back in 2013 or 2003 following SARS, and then we've been updating it every year. During a public health emergency, our first priority is to support the community and emergency response. And so very early on in the pandemic, we had our drivers delivering emergency supplies for the EOC, and then we had a number of staff working for public health. So, we can't operate the same kind of library service that we normally would because of the serious restrictions through COVID. So even in the fall, when things were really, starting to open up and things were looking good, we were serving about 15 to 16,000, having 16 to 15,000 visitors a week. That compares to 70,000 on average a week prior to COVID. And so basically, we actually can't provide the same number of services. We would normally have 10,000 events with 150,000 people attending. We're not doing that activity. So all of that activity that we can't do, we've used attrition, and then we've also redirected resources to support the community response. And I think for us, as our plan says, helping get Hamilton through this pandemic is really the most important priority right now, so we can get back to welcoming our beloved members into the library.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if there's any other speakers in queue to ask questions. If not, at an appropriate time, if there is, I'll step back and ask to be put back on to make some comments at the end.
You can provide comments of acknowledgement and gratitude to the members that are here now.
Okay, I will
just don't debate the budget. That's all.
No, there's nothing to debate on this, Mr. Chairman. I'm absolutely thrilled and very proud of staff at the library and the committee members who have done an outstanding job in coming in less than what our mandate or our request was, and still meeting the needs, recognizing that we're in COVID. But it's not always saying you're saving money. because of COVID, because that's not necessarily the case. It has been costing as well as the additional clean sanitation, etc., materials, masks, gloves that may have to be provided, keeping the materials separate for a certain number of days before it can be put back out into circulation. So my comments, Mr. Chairman, are just, the staff have done a stupendous job. I'm thrilled with not just in serving, but with the facility renewals and the new facilities coming on board. We've never wavered from that, and I'm proud of it. Being from Valley Park, being in Snowy Creek in your ward, Mr. Chairman, thrilled to see that going through as a brand new build. The Greensville, the donation from TD Bank, and the one I think that stands out the most is the new Parkdale branch. This is adjacent to the Indowell development on Melvin Avenue, and it's a great addition and a need in that neighborhood. So I'm thrilled that the library was able to step forward and work in partnership to assist the neighborhood and the whole city of Hamilton. The bigger part, as well as the commitment of the staff at the library, over 8,700 calls made on the first round of COVID to seniors, and we all know the effects of mental health right now. If I have to say, I mean, I've seen it even in my own mother who's at home by herself. I've seen the effects of being alone. And, for the staff to have taken this initiative and gone above and beyond to initiate this is just remarkable. And absolutely, I'm thrilled that this has happened. The other part is the curbside pickup. I mean, how ingenious to say, we're going to still provide you with a service, and just phone in, we'll get the materials, and here's your bag at the door. Go on and continue to enjoy the assets that are here at the library to serve you, or to just give you some peace of mind, some time to reflect on yourself, or just to absorb into a fantasy or a fictional book. And I think that's wonderful. I also want to add, because it was mentioned last night, they're also assisting at the library with providing maybe students, maybe adults applying for jobs or applying to go to continuing education or extending education. It's very difficult to get the assets for copies and scanning to be done. These services are being provided by the staff at the library, and it's assisting another sector of our community. So I'm just trying to put out there, a lot of times we just see books on the shelf, CDs, videos, whatever. There's a lot more that goes on behind the bricks and mortar of these buildings, sir. And it's not the bricks and mortar and the material, it's the staff. And I wanted to put that forward. I'm a very proud member.
Councillor. That's
So-
your 5 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
sir.
My pleasure. Thank you. First-time speakers, councillors. I have Councillor Partridge, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Nang. Councillor Partridge, please turn your mic on.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And first of all, I just want to congratulate Nick on his re-election at last night's board meeting. Nick, you've done a great job, and to all board members who have been elected and re-elected to their positions, and to Paul and your staff, you're absolutely amazing. My question is about if you could just speak a bit about the new program, or relatively new program, of the remote access, and potential cost savings, and how it's contributed overall to the budget. I mean, that program itself is it's brilliant. And, I'm not sure that there's a lot of libraries doing it across Ontario, Canada, or even the world. So if you could just talk a bit about the remote access program itself, how it operates, and the contribution that it's making to cost savings.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Nick or Paul?
The remote access program is a great resource that we've been able to rely on the past few years, where in rural areas, library members can go to their local library branch after hours or after regular hours, and use their library card to check themselves in and do their library business. They can browse for materials, they can check them out, and at that time, while there is no actual staff at that location, there is a remote access staff here at Central that can support them in their various needs if they run into some difficulty, if they need more support. And the benefit of this model is there are two main benefits. One, that it allows us to extend the hours that the branch is available to the public. And second, it's a real investment in the local community itself that we have this model based on trust. And
Did
You lose him?
everyone lose them or just me?
No, I can't hear him either.
Paul or Nick, if you turn off your video, you might help with your bandwidth issue so we can hear you. You faded out there. Councillor Partridge, did you want to
I
proceed with
turned
your
up
next
can you
question?
hear us now?
Paul,
We can
go
hear
ahead,
you
yeah.
perfect. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Paul.
Yes, and so I just add what Nick was saying, that the remote access has been really helped us over the last several years. We currently have it on pause because of COVID restrictions, but we look forward to implementing it, and bringing it back this year, and then also at the new Greensville Library, offering extended hours there, as well as at the Carlisle Library, in addition to Freelton and Linden. And then we do have a plan for Mount Hope, which is once we renovate that building, we will be implementing extended access as well, or remote support as we call it. And it's our rural model. In the past, we had to offer shortened hours at the rural locations because of the small population base we were serving. And so this model enables us to really expand service without increasing the operating budget pressure on that. And I think we want to see a future where, and this past year, when we were able to reopen, we expanded our hours everywhere. Our goal is we want libraries open so that high school students and primary school students can find their local library open every day to be able to help them in their studies and support their education.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Paul. It is particularly important in the rural areas that these branches are accessible into the evening. And I also wanted to add, and I want to thank Councillor Pearson as well. I mean, she's just been a stalwart when it comes to working on this board, you know, everybody's just so dedicated, but it's easy when you have such an amazing library, not only board, but library central location and structure, and all of that speaks to the leadership of the senior leadership team under Paul. But I also want to comment on the Carlisle, the new Carlisle branch that's hopefully going to be open this year, because it has had a significant contribution to the budget. I don't think it would at all be possible if it wasn't for the fact that we were you know, with Paul's leadership and our legal counsel and several others. It seemed to take forever, but I think it was just over 2 years to negotiate with the TD Bank to actually have them donate the branch building and to donate the land to be used for that library in contributing to the Carlisle community and to the broader city of Hamilton. We were also able to realize $1 million from the sale of another city building, which was put towards any renovations needed to be done, and they are significant, to the Carlisle building to turn it into a beautiful library. But just in closing, I want to also recognize Councillor Jackson, because he really, all the years, Councillor Jackson, that you spent working on the library board and being dedicated, and you really did lay the groundwork, you know, for just the library in general being able to just flourish. And it is one of the leading libraries, you know, really across North America. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Partridge. Well within your time. Councillor Wilson is up next. Can I hear you? There
Yes.
you go.
Thank-
Perfect.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No surprise, I am an unapologetic library supporter.
Really?
Yep, and shall ever be thus. It crosses it. You tick all the boxes in terms of a healthy, supportive, modern ability to pivot organization who first and foremost is focused on their patrons. So I just want to reiterate my positive support, and I don't think there'll ever be a time where I will deviate from that. I did have a question that is not it's hidden in the budget in terms of the work that the complement do every single day. Paul referenced the 8,700 calls out to seniors, that continuum of care. I know in my branch, and I've seen in other branches, how the library staff work to accommodate patrons who obviously are suffering from some illnesses. And I was wondering if Paul could take a moment to tell us and teach us the intentional instruction that your staff undergo in dealing with people who either are suffering from mental illness, who do not have a home, but are always made to feel welcome. Can you just delve into that a little bit, Paul, please, especially now?
Paul, please.
Certainly, and thank you for the question. For a number of years, we've been, unfortunately, we've seen more people in our community, experiencing multiple challenges. And for a number of years, we've been following a program from the Crisis Prevention Institute. And basically, the whole principle is we want to create a safe environment for everyone to come into the Hamilton Public Library. And what the program really says is the biggest factor to ensure our safety of staff and of the members coming in is the professional respect that we give to everyone that walks in. When you treat people with dignity, people respond in kind. And, sometimes when people are struggling with mental health issues or other serious challenge, it can be easy to overlook their humanity. And so I think as a public library, we believe in everyone can do better. Everyone can learn new things, and everyone has a right to their voice. And that's fundamentally goes into, our respect for the dignity of human beings. And I think a public library is an expression in the belief of the dignity of people. And that includes everyone. And so I think, Councillor, what you touch on is something that's very dear to many of us. It's also a journey that we're still growing, and we're still learning how we can do a better job and how we can reach out to groups that maybe in the past we haven't been successful at working with. And so that's really, what inspires us. And I think the one thing that's unique about the library that's really important, and especially what we've seen, over the last number of years, especially in the United States, is this division. And where people are, there's so much just terrible abuse of other people and racism and all sorts of things. And with the library, what makes me most proud of being a librarian is I walk into a branch and I see people of all different ages, all different cultural and economic backgrounds, coming together and 95% or more really working together. And I think, as a community, we really need to make sure we create spaces where people of different backgrounds can come together and interact and get to know each other. Because I think it's the it's the stranger danger, people you don't know. People tend to get more judgmental about people that they have no experience with. When they actually get to know people, they realize, geez, I had all these misconceptions about someone. Well, how do we overcome those misconceptions? you know, the best way is we treat people like people and we give people an opportunity to interact with each other and learn to respect each other.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Oh, it's hard to follow that up.
No, you did a good job.
It is one of the reasons I do love the library space, because increasingly, as we become segregated, frankly, by wealth, it is a place where you can still go, a public space, not expected to buy anything, so it's not dependent on your income, and where you can still see people who do not look like perhaps your neighbors or yourself or your family. And I think over the long run, that introduction to and sitting beside someone who is different than yourself is critically important to a well-functioning democracy, and really thoughtful, inclusive public policy on so many fronts. So I'd like to thank Paul, and all of that work is done, Deputy Mayor. All of that intentional training and that operating philosophy is done within that budget. Finally, Paul, just a little note from some of the residents in Ward 1 who are simply over the moon with your grab and go initiative. And I think one of my neighbors called it a blind date with a book. That was just a riot. It's so popular, and it just brings that surprise and wonder to all of us. Doesn't matter how old we are. So thank you very much for your service, and to the board and to our council representatives on that board for their dedication. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure the board and staff appreciate your comments. Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark and Chair Van Velzen and Chief Librarian Takla and your entire staff and your entire volunteer board members. Outstanding presentation. And boy, talk about an increased challenge of unprecedented proportions that none of us would have predicted about 11 months ago with the worldwide plague. Well done. And if I might say, Deputy Mayor Clark, before I just get to a question or two, I'll say for the 21st year in a row, forgive me for being repetitive, since amalgamation, that even when amalgamation occurred and much angst from especially some parts of our great city that did not want to be amalgamated with the city of Hamilton, one of the greatest success stories ever and continues to be is our Hamilton Public Library Services. They merged together the old Hamilton Public Library with the former Wentworth County Library Services, and it's just been a tremendous success story. And look how we have now, as one public library service, supported every geographic part of our city with upgraded, renovated branches, new branches, additional online digital services. The system itself has been enhanced. And Chief Librarian Takla, you and your amazing staff continue to just do tremendous, sensational work. So well done on all fronts. Great budget, $32 million. My goodness, $32 million, Deputy Mayor Clark, amongst 22 branches in a corporate budget of about $2 billion. Money well spent, and your 1.5% increase request, very responsible. And I must say, too, to my two colleagues, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, you're doing great work. And Councillor Partridge, I'm very humbled and flattered by your recognition as well from the years gone by when I served on the board, very honorably as well. And thank you, Chair Van Velzen, for mentioning about the bookmobile service. Once again, Deputy Mayor Clark, for about the 22nd year, a sweet couple who their last couple of years both were together at Macassa Lodge, weren't blessed with children. Ed and Connie Dowler, D-O-W-L-E-R, left there when they both passed away within a year of each other, left their entire estate to the Hamilton Public Library Services, specifically earmarked for bookmobile services. So thank you so much, Nick, for maintaining and mentioning today how you're going to find a way, hopefully this year, to ramp up and resurrect the bookmobile service, especially for shut-ins. And congratulations on that creative outreach to seniors during the horrible pandemic time. Many of them don't have the mobility to get out and relied on a bookmobile or someone else. And your outreach to the seniors, calling upon them, see how they're doing, maybe teach them how to order online. I congratulate you completely. My question, with all that accolades, Deputy Mayor Clark, my question is, I see on one of your bullet points, Nick and Paul, you ended 2020, increased restrictions again, but Hamilton Public Library continues to do more than most of our peer libraries. Without mentioning any of the peer library services in other municipalities, maybe can you expand upon, for my constituents listening in, library users listening in, how much more you were doing versus your peers to provide the service even during the pandemic? Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you, Councillor, and you'll have 1 minute left when we come back. Paul, if you could answer the question, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And so what we've been able to do is we've been able to provide more hours of service, the friendly calling, different online activities. Those are the kinds of things that we've been able to do. So, you know, it has been a difficult year, but when people looked at, we had all 22 branches open. We still do, although albeit for restrictions. So a lot of systems right now are only offering service at some of their branches. And I think the other thing, though, that I'd like to say, and I think this is a really important point, and this goes to council support. One of the things that I keep reminding my staff is that many of our brother or sister libraries in other communities have had a clawback of their budget from their councils. And I think especially in smaller municipalities, COVID has been absolutely devastating. And so they've had small budgets, and then those smaller budgets have been reduced. And so we've had, you know, the council has said, you know, you need to, we're not going to give you any more money and you need to find savings to pay for COVID. But we've had that strong support from council. And so with that, we have been able to continue to offer more service than I think almost all libraries. And we've also been able to keep more staff working. And so it grows from that support that comes from council. And so, you know, we're proud of what we've done, but we need to acknowledge that the support that we get from council enables that to happen. And so thank you to council for enabling us to continue to serve, you know, the community as much as we do. And we're really excited about when we start to get the restrictions lifted. You know, we're anticipating the second half of this year will be a lot more positive than the first 6 months. But but thank you, and we're going to continue. As I've said, there's really two messages we've had all along. First of all, is we're going to supporting the emergency response as an organization needs to be our highest priority. And then the second priority is we are going to provide as much service as we safely can following the rules. And those are really the two things that have directed us. And obviously what we can support is a direct function of the resources we have available. So thank you to council for your support that has helped us to continue to function during the difficult pandemic.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. Chief Librarian Takla, thank you for that excellent answer, and appreciate very much for all my colleagues your gracious and generous recognition and comments as well. And more importantly, Deputy Mayor, for not only users of the library hearing what the Chief Librarian just said about council support, but also for taxpayers, at least across my East Mountain community, to hear that messaging as well, that it's kept our library service and the system open even during the pandemic. And lastly, Deputy Mayor Clark, I've always been very proud, a very strong advocate for my Sherwood Library, one of the top in circulation for many years, but also for all 4 mountain branches, the Turner Park, Terryberry concession, along with my Sherwood Library. Deputy Mayor, to the library, both the board, the volunteer members, I call them, always a great eclectic group, and to the staff, keep up the great work. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. The last speaker on the list is Councillor Nan. You can turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Joining the library fan club from across this table, and I'm sure like everybody else here, really truly appreciate Chief Librarian Tekla, Chair Van Velsen, and the board bringing forward a very responsible budget ask of a 1.5 under the 2% guideline that Council put forward as direction for proposals to come forward for Council to consider in this 2021 budget deliberation. So first off, thank you for the work that you've done to hit that target and come in 0.5% less. To be asking for $459,000 at this time is a testament to the ways in which the library has consistently, year after year, brought forward responsible budgets, but also focused on transforming services while never compromising the excellence and dedication to compassion in our community through the way in which you deliver your services. So first of all, just a tremendous thank you that way. Also, the leadership, it's a quiet leadership that comes from the library, from perhaps the nature of our libraries themselves, but a powerful one nonetheless. The comments you made, Chief Librarian, in response to my colleague, Councillor Wilson's questions and sharing of the work that you have all done diligently in establishing a community of culture and practice around crisis prevention, and looking to uplift humanity through our library services is something that will never be measured, unfortunately, but I think is critical to the spirit of our people. And for that, I thank you all, and to everybody on the staff who take that role seriously and have found a way to guide their service delivery with that ethos and those skills, because those are skills. Those are actual professional skills that are required to uphold people's humanity while providing service delivery, and to invest in that professional development by seeking out the best possible training institute and connect to the resources for the organization and all the staff is leadership. And so I thank you for that as well. I also appreciated when I was going through the budget proposal docs and your presentation this morning on the enlightenment about getting rid of collecting fines. A really simple measure that goes a long way in the pocketbooks of very many families who rely on our loanables. But looking at it from an administrative cost-effective lens as well, recognizing that the revenue being generated by collecting fines was actually lower than the overhead cost of administering doing so, and therefore being able to eliminate it wholly is also an example of transforming the service, but doing so in a way that is cost-saving and efficient. I appreciate the efficiency that's continued to ring through the proposal today, and also the pieces around the calls to the seniors as well. So thank you again for having staff do that personal outreach to our senior members here in the city. And then a final note on the bookmobile service. So I know it's regularly attended and beloved by many families in Ward 3. The Stinson community is usually out in strong force getting their books, but also over by Adelaide Hoodless. So looking forward to that continuing to grow as well. So just comments, no questions. All the questions I had were already answered through the presentation, and just a full appreciation for what you brought forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Paul, you had lots of gratitude and acknowledgement from the councillors around the table, big time fans of the library. So we want to extend our thanks to yourself, Nick, and Tony for attending today's meeting. At the moment, I will be taking a vote to receive.
Johnson.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Johnson, can you mute her? Councillor Johnson, did you mute her? Thank you. We don't want to hear someone's private phone call. Councillor Pearson, sorry, you had another question? No, you want to move the motion? Thank you very much. Moving the motion to receive the presentation, seconded by the other board member, Councillor Partridge. and that vote will be popping up momentarily. The vote is up. Please advise me if you have submitting your vote. Councillor Farr, I can tell you that we have received your motion, we've reviewed your motion, and it can be moved as a motion. It doesn't necessarily have to be a notice of motion. I'll leave that to you at the appropriate time. I'll be coming to you, okay? No, Madam Clerk, they are not. No. We are at bare quorum, councillors. And that vote carried 10-0. Okay, folks, I'm looking at the clock right now, and it says it's 11:55. I'm suggesting we take a 30-minute break for our staff to refresh themselves, and we can come back at 12:30, and then we'll proceed with the Hamilton Police Services Board budget. Does that make sense? So I need a motion to recess, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Mr. Mayor, did you have a question?
Just asking if Councillor Farr could share his motion with us sooner rather than later, rather than waiting until the end of the meeting.
An excellent suggestion. Hang on one second, Councillor Farr. Madam Clerk. We're just making some minor edits to the motion, and then Legislative Clerk Paparello will email it out to Council. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excellent question. The vote's up. Councillor Johnson's a thumbs up. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson has stepped away from the desk. Okay, that carried 10-0. And so go into recess. Thank you. So we'll see you back at 12:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Welcome back, councillors and guests. I hope everyone got some sustenance. The next item is 6.3, the Hamilton Police Services Board 2021 budget presentation. Anna Felice, the Chief Administrative Officer, will provide the presentation for the Police Services Board. We have Deputy Chief Diodati and Deputy Chief Bergen present, and I thought Chief Eric Gert is here also. And Mr. Mayor, as Chair of the Police Service Board, would you like to introduce this part of the meeting?
I would very much like to do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And let me also introduce the board. And so this is the board's budget presented in collaboration with the Hamilton Police Service. The vice chair is the city appointee, Fred Bennick, who is the vice chair of the board. We have Pat Mandy, who's the provincial appointee, as well as Jordy Elms, provincial appointee. And our newest member is Mel Atulakudali, who is the newest member from Dundas. We're happy to have him on board, replacing Don McVicker, who did a stellar job over the number of years that he was on our board, and he certainly has been missed. And then we have Councillor Collins and esteemed Councillor Jackson as our current board. And we did have a budget steering committee comprised of Councillor Collins, myself, and Vice Chair Fred Bennick. And certainly we went over a line-by-line review of the budget and was recommended to the board. And I can tell you that it was unanimously supported by the board to be presented to this Hamilton City Council. So I'm sure the gratitude and appreciation that the library board received will continue on with the Hamilton Police Services budget and the great work they do in our community. And I'm happy to introduce and thank our current police chief, who has announced his retirement and will be officially retired towards the end of February, but has appointed and is using some vacation time, but has agreed to come back for this as well as for our 2 town halls coming up next week with the broader community to discuss with them what we're doing in terms of police services and get feedback from them. But I do want to acknowledge the 30 plus years that Chief Gert has been with the Hamilton Police Services as a constable, as many years as a deputy chief, and of course the past 5 years as the chief of the organization has, in my view, done a terrific job, a difficult job for any chief, quite frankly, and has become more difficult in recent times. But I think he did a terrific job, and we're certainly not happy to see him go, but we appreciate all the work that he's done on behalf of the city of Hamilton in terms of policing in our community. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief of Police, Eric Gert, who will, obviously have parts of the presentation done by the CAO and our deputies, Frank Bergen and Deputy Ryan Diodati. Chief, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your comments. And through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you to all the councillors present today. I do want to introduce the team, and we have met as a team. Really, we start the budget process right after the previous year. We do the line by line, as you know, but we work as a collective to do all that work. So quite frankly, any one of us as the command team could present this budget. And I know the mayor's already introduced Deputy Bergen, Frank Bergen, and Deputy Ryan Diodati. Deputy Bergen is currently the acting chief this month. Deputy Diodati will be the acting chief next month, and my formal retirement is February 27th. I know it was reported in the news as the 7th, but they may have misheard me, 27th. Also with us today is Sanella Rusic, who's representing finance under our CAO, Anna Felice. And Anna Felice is the last of that 4-part for the command team. And my counsel, Marco Visentini, is also here. Just as a quick preface, I know we presented to council at GIC in October the report on defunding, and obviously it has a lot to do with budget. So I'll tend to be more brief in my commentary and the slides I'm presenting because you've seen much of this. And to me, that makes sense. It's all about budget and service and priorities. So we'll try and keep that brief. Relative to, and we had a meeting this morning, relative to the answers to the questions, that's where the rest of the command team will come in. They'd ask that I kind of go through the presentation. even though they have, as I say, explicit knowledge about all of it. So I'll attempt to share here with the PowerPoint. You can let me know if it works or not.
And before we start the presentation, Chief, just let me do the normal formality. We'll have a motion. Should you go over your 5 minutes, I'll have the opportunity to extend your time limit. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Lloyd Ferguson. Madam Clerk, if you could put the vote up for us, please. The vote is up. If anyone's having challenges submitting, thumbs up from Councillor Lloyd Ferguson. Councillor Danko. Thumbs up from Councillor Danko. The vote's closed and it carried 11-0. Sorry about that, Chief. You can.
No problem. I appreciate the mechanics of this. So I'll try and get the PowerPoint up. I'm choosing it. Of course, it's not doing anything. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yes, sir, we can. It's perfect.
Okay, very good. So I'll try and go through this, as I say, relatively quickly, not to belittle the size of this budget and its importance, but as I say, we've already spoken about it with you back in October. Okay, let's see what's going to work here. It's not advancing for some reason. There we go. Councillor Vanderbeek asked for this back in October, and really it's just a review of the process, how it works. And of course, the mayor's already mentioned the subcommittee, the board itself. That happened back on December 17th, and then through to Hamilton City Council today. And of course, where the board and the city cannot reach an agreement, it's then reviewed at the Ontario Civilian Police Commission. And again, we do have a line-by-line budget. It is available at www.hamiltonpolice.on.ca. First of all, I'd like to provide a brief overview of existing staff and our population, our demographics with regard to youth population and households. As you will know, we have an increased complement of civilian staff, and we've been deliberate moving in that direction for a number of years. So we've had the addition of forensic services assistants, meaning the people who go out and do the CSI stuff are largely people who come from that background specifically. They do not carry firearms, and they go out and do that work. You have had a presentation in October, and we provided also to the board on COAST and MCERT, Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team, and the Crisis Outreach and Support Team. And if you recall, we had the frontline providers being Acting Sergeant Pete Weisner from our service, who is also a social navigator, and Sarah Burtonshaw, who is, plus 20 years delivering service as a mental health professional. And I won't revisit that because you know how that works. I'm also not included, and unfortunately due to COVID, we have not been bringing our volunteers in who work with both victim services and like our auxiliaries. They are all members of the community who help the community and survivors particularly. So we're looking forward to a time, like most of us are, when we can re-include them in that work. The work is extremely important, and from a cost efficiency perspective, and because their hearts are invested in this work, it carries a lot of weight. And you mentioned previously in the library discussion about compassion, and I do know that our people who volunteer for these positions, that's largely one of the reasons they're selected, because of the compassion and what they provide to, as I say, survivors, victims of crime. Our strategic directions, as you know, determined in the business plan, and we'll be coming up to it again shortly. I won't be here for it, but we will. Community safety, engagement and partnerships, people and performance, and technology and asset management. And this, of course, was done in consultation with the community, and you can see that foremost among those four categories is community safety, as it remains paramount. And we've certainly seen some examples lately with our southern counterparts, and when things go badly, what happens? Some of the highlights for 2020 in terms of the budget, we have, through the board's support, hired, and we just did the announcement today on our equity, diversity, inclusion. We have an EDI specialist. The reason we went to the board was this is becoming an extremely competitive environment to get people hired in those positions. And we didn't want to lose out if we were late to the gate to get that person hired. And we're quite happy about that, and I suspect that our CEO will speak to that a little later. Also, we've entered into a partnership with the Canadian Center for Diversity and Inclusion, CCDI, and that work has already begun in terms of surveys internally, externally, but also what we get from them is knowledge in many other organizations about work in this specific area. And we get access to that information and the research, which I think is pretty critical right now. Relative to mental health, and we've, as I said, provided you the presentation on MCERT. Those are 2,549 individual calls, and we've had a reduction in our apprehension rate. Again, looking to really a different way of doing business. Had we persisted as many police services had, although many are coming around to, I'll call it our prototype for how to do this work, an apprehension rate out in the community of 75% where a person was taken in for assessment at a hospital by a clinician to 17% as a 5-year average. So 50% of those people are not coming to hospital. They're being treated at the scene with existing community resources or supports that are already in place. The social navigator, which you also heard about, 283 referrals. And again, these are lower risk issues, but certainly no less important in terms of getting people help and resources they may need. Again, COAST, and it is a 3-part response in our unit dedicated to crisis response. COAST, Crisis Outreach and Sports Team. It's also almost coming up to its 25th anniversary, again, born out of disaster, really, death of Zachary Antidorme, a young child, and a stabbing death by a woman with mental health issues. 2,358 mobile visits. And again, they respond in plain clothes, again, being responsive to what the community's asked us for. Coming out of last year's budget, we do have the creation of a traffic safety unit. We did defer it at the request of both council and the board, I believe, last year, to defer it till startup of the 3rd quarter this year. It is in fact in place and it is up and running. Any questions, again, I would turn to Deputy Diodati to provide some of the results and what has happened to date. Relative to service delivery improvement, we have increased online reporting, both for hate crimes. We've had on the reporting through Deputy Leenders back then with anonymous sexual assault reports. And of course, what that does is provide us the information where the survivor may not wish to come forward, but at least we get the information about potential suspects, serial predators, those type of things. So it's obviously a very important resource. Our alternative response officers, we've looked at how we do business, like most businesses have, and where we can handle something by phone, where a personal visit is not required. And we have started to move in that direction and had a tremendous response, but it's also worked out quite favorably in terms of efficiencies. Lastly, and not least, our police liaison team, borrowing from our own experience, but also that of the RCMP, we're looking at how do we go out proactively with the number of organizations that are, using their democratic rights to protest things, that we work in a collaborative function with them in a way that will hopefully meet both society's needs and their needs to provide commentary relative to the democratic principles. So the police liaison team is meant to reach out to those members of the community in a proactive fashion so we can reach mutually agreeable goals in terms of how those events happen. Our calls and events, our total calls received, 2020 projected, was 381,000. It is an increase over the 5 years of 3.5%. The calls for service have not abated. And our dispatch calls for service, where we actually attend versus handling something in another fashion, have increased by 13% over the 5 years. And I was on a recent information item with Halton, not to cast aspersions, but their calls for service were 157,000. So we're doing almost twice the number of total calls received. And I know there are jurisdictional differences, but it does mean when you look at the cop to pop ratio, it does actually factor into that. Different calls in different jurisdictions. I just thought I'd raise that. Our most frequent call types, and I think you saw this previously, Domestics have gone up 4.4%. I don't believe there's any surprise there, particularly from those who are working in this area. With close quarters, some of the dynamics around violence against women, either being cloistered with their abuser, and the reduction of access to services and other supports. In some ways, thankfully, we're still getting called to go and investigate those for the women who have the courage to step forward. It's a very difficult thing to do. We know the dynamics in terms of the number of times that these happen before it's reported to us. Our person in crisis calls have gone up. You can see the percentages there. Ambulance assist, the same. And some of that is the opioid crisis, but some of it is also people who either turn to first responders, being ourselves, emergency services, fundamentally police, fire, ambulance, when they may not know who else to call to help them out. Trespassing again, suspicious activities, and they are in part some of the function of people being home and present and seeing things and calling us. Motor vehicle collisions, a good news story, has been reduced by almost 25%. And of course, that also includes personal injury accidents and other circumstances where people may not be fatal collisions, but even property damage collisions are down. And break and enters, a reduction as well. And that's good news for our community as well. Again, people are home and present. Our response times for priority calls, we added priority 0 about 4 or 5 years ago, and that's where it is immediately life-threatening. So it does get a higher priority, even though priority 1s do include things like domestic, potential suicide, a person in crisis, or disturbance. You can see priority 2 calls, 3s, and then lastly 4s, report events. Just for clarity for our counselors, these priorities are not consistent across the province. Some have 8 categories, some have 4 or 5. Fundamentally, they're similar, but not exactly parallel. There's no standardization through the ministry at this point for these calls, but this is our jurisdiction. The year in numbers, and certainly Councillor Clark, I heard you, so we've included our numbers, both for homicides, and that will lead to an increase because, of course, the weighting that factors into our crime severity index, obviously shootings, homicides, aggravated assaults, things like that really drive those numbers up. And we have seen an increase on the homicides. You have some where it may be a person killed in another scene and then the body is moved to this location. But it's certainly always a concern. We look at similar MOs. We look at are there factors that influence or repetitive in this manner? We do know the link between violence, drugs, and money, and guns, and leading into that. And we can get into a further breakout if you choose to for our shooting occurrences. I know that Deputy Bergen has struck a task force later last year, but it's not that we didn't have focus on it, but this was specific focus. So we've seen some, and I'll be cautious here, gains in the reductions. And I know that he's a little cautious about that as well. This is a provincial-wide, a Canada-wide issue. And we do continue to work with our partners in other jurisdictions because of the influx, in many cases, from outlying areas. Firearms seized, and then, of course, our fatalities. Now, we've seen a decrease last year, but this does float between, say, around 12 to 18 or 20 on a regular basis. And of course, my argument last year, which my view still holds, is the effect of death from a fatal collision versus death from a homicide. You have the same result, a person and the collateral damage to the families. Intention is a different issue, but nonetheless, if you're impaired in driving and cause it, it's a criminal act as well. In some cases, they can be collisions that were not intentional, but the end result is very similar. Our violent crime severity index, which I alluded to briefly, you can see what the median is across, although some of these are Canadian comparators, they're largely comparators here in Ontario. And we've seen a slight increase, and as I say, that's a function of the nature of the offenses, not particularly the volume of offenses. And this is where Hamilton fits in. You can see that some of our comparators are quite challenged. Our cop to pop ratio, I know that Councillor Ferguson, always like this one, that's how he phrased it, officers per 100,000. And again, our median is 156. And in Hamilton, we're at 145. And again, we are a busy jurisdiction. And again, not casting aspersions, but you see the last on the chart here, Halton at 120. And we are doing twice the calls for service. Now, part I would bemoan is they have a lot more time for proactive policing with the resources they have. I'd love to see that. But right now, our calls for service are what they are. So we are 6.7% below the national median on officers or cop to pop ratio. A cost of police service per capita, and I know we provided this probably at least for the last 9 years. I believe Chief DeCare introduced this some time ago. The median is this dollar amount. We do fall in here. And we'll later, of course, look at the percentage of the levy spent on policing versus the total levy and the percentage of that. But again, it's unfortunate Councillor Whitehead is not here because he talked about us often punching above our weight class. We are a busy jurisdiction. We continue to be so. But our people are engaged in doing the work. And, you know, it's 13% below the national median for cost of police services. Again, and I mentioned this, our HPS budget is a percentage of the total levy. And I provided the last 5 years, but we go back 20 years. And it's roughly fluctuated between about 18.2 to 19.3. But you can see over the last 5 years, we've then been within 0.2% of the total levy of the cost for the police percentage. So our budget pressures coming into 2021, there are employee-related costs, and I'll talk about that. A lot of that is collective agreement issues, which I'm sure you're facing in many of the areas across the city. The start of our new investigative services building, and because it really didn't come online till the latter part of last year, some of the costs were deferred, but we'll be operating full-time this year. I think the benefits, and those who visited our previous forensic facilities, and yes, we will get you in when we can to see the new building. We thought we had an opportunity, but then with the COVID restrictions, it became more difficult. But it really is a quantum leap, meeting what our requirements are in terms of forensics. We have seen a slight decrease in grants and revenues, and I've provided a report to the board last year. Councillor Collins asked for it. Are we pursuing all the grants that are available? We do. We have seen less of reduction than some other jurisdictions. We've seen some decreases, but we've also, for example, the cannabis enforcement team, we're one of the few jurisdictions to get that funding, and obviously had a very positive result in terms of closing all those illegal dispensaries. The work obviously continues because, of course, they've moved to a different format. But again, we continue to search out those grants and revenues where we can. For the unincurred or for the unbudgeted costs incurred during the pandemic, they are all real costs: purchase of personal protective equipment, enhanced cleaning at our facilities, and our lost revenues related to police clearances, the costs, and of course, the final tally will come in a little later at year end, about a little over $500,000. And thanks to the city again and through the province for funding those through the COVID relief. We confirmed that part of the December meeting and factored in that to roughly $600,000 to further reduce the cost for 2021. So further breakdown of our budget pressures, our employee-related costs, and as I say, the bulk of that is collective agreement increases, although you will see 2 staffing positions. Our operating expenditures, you see the COVID relief funding is a negative entry in there to reduce the costs. Our grant revenues, as I said, decreased by $0.28 million, and a capital increase. So the total budget over 2020 is a $5.11 million, and it's 2.98%. So again, and any inquiries about this later, I will certainly turn over to CEO Felice. The position for the EDI specialist, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, was approved by the board in October. We identified the need to achieve diverse and inclusive workplace and collaborated with internal and external stakeholders to ensure our EDI principles are embedded within core processes and policies, looking to systemic integration on this issue. This sexual assault unit, and this, if you recall, came out of the Sexual Assault Community Review Team a number of years back, almost 3 now. And they'd recommended through that group, which was in consultation with the community, for the inclusion of 2 DCs, but we've changed it around. They actually had 3 DCs. I think at the end of the day, we had 2 detective constables and a civilian position to support survivors through our investigative services division. So it was approved in the 2020 budget and deferred to 2021. And that is to further decrease the detective caseload. We did present that to the board in December, the results of the Sexual Assault Community Review Team, the review for a year, and obviously because of the nature of disclosure, those members review every file, every interview. Unlike some other jurisdictions, we've been very inclusive with our community partners so they can see the full investigation. And in my view, seen some very good results in terms of reduction in unfounded cases. Some of that was due to the Unified Crime Reporting Statistics definitions changing, but also we've looked at how we do business with our partners to see how we can do business better to support those survivors. So the proposed budget, and you can see the breakdown between capital, operating, and salaries, benefits, and wages. Again, amounting to 91.1% of our total budget. That's increased in my time from around 86, 87% to 91% of the total budget. Our request to the Hamilton Police Service, the board, or our request to you, I'm sorry, is 2.98%, as mentioned by Mayor Eisenberger. This was supported unanimously by the board. And then our recommendation to City Council today is to approve the 2021 budget request of 2.98%. As a quick note and anticipating a question relative to our comparators, I believe the average is about 3.4% by those who have actually been to council and had it approved. I do know that those who've been to the board have a slightly higher percentage. Let me just have a quick look here. Sorry, council approved is 3.35, board approved is 3.44%. So we're coming in at 2.98%. And pending any questions, again, thanks for the opportunity to come today. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to come in October as well. And hopefully, I know your timelines are a little tight for the budget. That may lead to reductions in the time we spend today, but we're certainly open and available with all the members I previously mentioned. And through you, Deputy Mayor, do you want me to close the presentation? And then if we have to refer to certain slides, I can do that, or?
That would be my preference, because unfortunately, the way the system works, when you have the presentation open, I can't see the counselors' faces. So,
okay, so
if their computers aren't working, they can't give me the high sign that they'd like to ask you a question.
Stop sharing.
Like Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, did that get rid of it?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
If you could let me know, Deputy Mayor, rather than me make the decision, whether you want the presentation pulled up again or not, I'm happy to do so. It's just, it'll take a little bit of time.
Thank you very much. And I just simply want to remind all the councillors that once again, we're asking questions for clarification about the presentation and about the budget. We will be deliberating the Police Service Board budget at a future date. Councillor Ferguson, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do have to, I think I've sent you a chat. I do have to step out for about 20 minutes at 15 after, 20 after, but I'm just going to limit it to 2 questions for the chief. But first of all, Eric, I've never seen you so calm before.
I can't imagine what it's related to.
You know, it seems like yesterday I introduced you as our new chief out in the forecourt 5 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. So congratulations on a great job you've done as our chief. I was certainly enjoyed my time working with you. We had a very transparent relationship, and I went on to different things as you're doing now. So thank you very much for your service.
I believe the descriptor, Councillor, would be frank. You were very frank with me, so I appreciated that. But carry on.
Frank, I'm not sure we use that to describe Councillor Ferguson, but we will from now on.
Okay.
But
Go ahead,
publicly,
Councillor.
we're always aligned.
Go ahead, sir.
But just my first question, and it may be better suited to Anna, but I'll let you decide that, Chief. Last year, you had quite a startling number you put up in front of us. So the number of officers who are off, either they were been suspended, they were on WSIB, or they were, injured and given you had to make arrangements for them. I forget what that's called. It's accommodated, I think you call it.
Yep.
So how many this year? How many officers do you currently have off who are not doing the job they would typically do or classified to do?
Yeah, and certainly I will turn to Anna Felice for further metrics on that. But just as a brief commentary, when PTSD, post-traumatic, syndrome disorder was approved as presumptive, we did see an increase across all police services. And when we look at the help for our members, we're fully in support of that. What came at the time was recommendations that WSIB would step in with programs, with support to get people help more quickly. Quite frankly, that didn't happen. We did take that commentary through our ministry, and I've been at those meetings with the Solicitor General to say this is a bit of an issue, as we did with Ministry of Health. So I think when you look at the broader implications of getting members help, particularly with the nature of any emergency service work, it's a good thing to get members the help that they require before things more dramatic or worse happen. Having said that, relative to the number of suspensions, they've been reduced, and that's not a huge impact on the service. As a chief, and I won't be soon, but I certainly never hesitated to spend where I thought it was appropriate because of public trust, and I would like to hope my successor continues to act in that manner because it is so important. But the accommodateds is an issue not only for our organization, but many organizations. And I will just mention, Anna's been very proactive on this in terms of restructuring in human resources. We took a report to the board in December. We're looking at some substantive changes. It's an area that's required work, and we're really on the cusp of implementing, through Anna's vision, how that work can be done better with people with specialization. So, Anna, I hope I haven't stolen all the material.
He warmed up the stovepipe for you to put out a big number, Anna.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And through the chair. So right now, from a WSIB perspective, we have approximately 68 members who are fully off. Most of those are sworn, but there are a few civilians. And then about another 40 on sick leave, which is a non-occupational. In addition to that, we do have several dozen on modified duties. To the chief's point, we do have the presumptive PTSD legislation, which definitely has created a spike in our numbers. We are working very closely with the WSIB to try and work through process. I think on their end, they're very overwhelmed. I think the initial objective of that legislation was to review and approve these claims faster, but that's just not happening. Internally, what we're doing, you may have noticed, we recently reorged human resources to put more supports in place to ensure that we're doing our follow-up and offering modified work as quickly as possible. So right now, we are recruiting for a new manager of occupational health, as well as 2 return-to-work specialists.
Okay, you said several dozen. That sounds like a big number. Because last year you were around 100 in the sum total of all 3. Are you up around 200 now?
So we have about, like I said, about 68 off on WSIB.
Yeah, I got
we
that.
probably have, I don't have the exact number because it does fluctuate frequently, but we're probably between 60 to 70 accommodated. And some of those folks are close to doing, full-time work, or we might have them in a function that might not be able to do frontline, for example, but they can do another administrative type role that we would have needed done anyway. So they are doing meaningful work. They're just not out on patrol.
Councillor?
So that's around, are you still about 920 sworn officers?
We're just under 900. I don't have the exact number. I'll have to pull that up. I think it was in our presentation, Chief.
That was. It's 856 and 250 civilian positions. 24 cadets and 51 special constables, but sworn complement is 856.
Councillor?
I'm trying to do the quick arithmetic, but it looks like it's over 15% of our sworn officers are off. And of course, that's a big number, and it's getting worse. It sounds like because Anna, last year you were around 100 in total for all three categories.
So last year we were probably at about 140 off. Actually, that's improved. And then in addition to that, we had modified. I will say that the increases year over year have slowed significantly. So when the legislation first came in, we were seeing increases of 50% for WSIB over the prior year. Right now, I'm projecting, over last year, an 11% increase. So I would say for officers that are off completely, that only makes up about 8% of our sworn, because the modified ones are coming in and doing work. Many of them on a full-time basis, just not in frontline patrol.
Thank you.
Right, it's frontline patrol that provides the safety to our community, and so we had quite a discussion about this at last year's budget time too. I was hoping you would come this year with a slide. How many in those three categories for the last 2 years, so we can watch trends, because you must be paying a lot more in overtime too now, then, are you? Because of you're having to backstop those individuals with overtime.
Thank you, CAO Felice.
Through the chair, it's not a direct correlation. As I mentioned, many of the roles that our modified officers are in are normal roles that are part of our structure, and so we would manage that through deploying staff that are not modified into those frontline roles, and those that aren't able to be out on the street in some of these other positions. I'm trying to think of an example, but we've got our ARO responding. Deputy Bergen might be able to assist with this. We've got positions like recruitment where we have sworn officers in that is a great modified opportunity for someone. So it's not a direct correlation. With respect to overtime in general, I do believe that we do struggle with that. I would say anecdotally that, sick leaves do contribute to overtime, absolutely.
Okay, I don't want to.
Sorry, Councillor, she had referred it also to Deputy Chief Bergen. Did he have any comments?
I would add, and I believe that the CAO did cover it, is what we have been taking advantage in 2020 and certainly during COVID. To your point, Councillor Ferguson, is in fact enhancing our ability to take online reporting. That was seen in our efficiencies with the alarm reduction program. That alarm reduction program saw that about 5 hours of day of officer times in order to respond to those alarms that were false were able to be automated. On top of that, we put on online hate reporting, as well as we've recently adopted into the Liquor Control Board. So the LCBO online reporting, just to give you an example, we have 16 outlets within our city, a city that has an LCBO mandate that does not stop somebody in the commission of an offense. So we've worked with the management team, and we now go through a crime management online reporting. Again, that represents a significant shift from the front line. To your point, Councillor Ferguson, and I think you are right, those numbers that have been steady, and the CAO has articulated it, they're around the fluctuation from the 60 to 65. It's currently at 68. Those are the long-term WSIB that the CAO is going to work with, or the return to work specialist, as well as the cooperation with the WSIB team. On top of that, we are including online reporting for our Hamilton Wentworth Detention Center, which requires a minimum of approximately 4,000 occurrences a year. And that again will take 320 of those for our detention center away from our downtown core. We are committed during the pandemic, as well as to manage these growing numbers, which is at 13.2 now. We are committed to being able to manage it with automation technology and being able to divert those calls from a front line. And what we have seen certainly during the pandemic is being able to transfer to a proactive enforcement instead of reactive.
Okay, I'm going to be using up all my time. The chairman's going to cut me off soon, but Anna, could you please send me a report, December 31st, how many in those three categories, 2019, 2020, that were off? Because, we're getting a lot of pressure about defunding police and you know, that whole lobby effect that's we're chasing us down, and we still get to, I think we had council yesterday, another 5 or 6 letters in that. I'd just like to get my head around how many are off WSIB, how many are off because they're assigned different duties or accommodated, and how many are in that third category? Just hard numbers. I don't need an explanation on it, just the hard numbers. I'd appreciate if you could send that to me, Anna, before we finalize this budget. My last question, Mr. Chairman, because I know you're going to jump all over me here in a sec, is Chief, 51 shootings. I recall very clearly before we went to we got legislated to stop doing street checks. We had about 7, and so this is a significant increase. And I know you're retiring, and maybe after you retire, I'll ask you this question because you don't have to give the proper answer. You know, you can give me the good feeling. Has this had an impact? Has this made it easier for the bad guys to carry guns now? If you, after 5-6 years of working in this environment and seeing a continual increase in the number of shootings in our community.
Thank you, Councillor. And after the Chief answers, you have 30 seconds left. Chief?
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, one thing I did note, our chair's hand was up. I suspect it'll be a request that a request for Anna come through the board, and I would certainly support that in terms of reports coming through. And it's more process and procedure. It's not that we're averse to providing that number. It's just in deference to the board and its function, which I'm sure you would appreciate as the former board chair. Secondly, with regard to shootings, and I would give you a consistent answer both ways. I don't think I'm going to provide and haven't a political answer. I think when you're looking at metrics and causality, I don't know that anybody's established a causal factor between the legislation and crime and shootings. Can people infer that indirectly? I suppose. I wouldn't hazard a guess in terms of how that works. I think as soon as I do something like that, I'll be asked to provide the metrics and how exactly did I come to that conclusion. You're in a different position than I am. So I suspect that post-retirement, I'll still provide the same answer, because I think when we tread down the road of unsubstantiated information or basing on an anecdotal, it may factor into it, but I think you got to look at the hard data. I suspect that would be very difficult to ascertain, which is probably why it hasn't been done to date. If you look at more globally what's happening in terms of violence, shootings, propensity, it's a much larger dynamic. And I know I was sworn off analogies, but quite interestingly, I watched the NOVA program that looked at the history of violence back to the 1600s. And it was a professor from Oxford with a collaborative work at another university looking at what caused the amount of violent offenses, being aggravated assaults, stabbings, shootings, to decline over the period of roughly 400 years. And strangely enough, what they came to the conclusion was, and this is available publicly, this NOVA report, is that manners had a lot to do with, and changes in laws around fundamental manners. Now that's a bit of a simplistic approach to it, I guess, but at the same time, when you look at it, and certainly what we're seeing down in the States, fundamental respect of other people's rights, the rule of law, and propensity to act in a violent fashion for personal gain factors into all of this. Could I quantify to one specific piece of legislation? I would say no. But I do think there is an erosion around fundamental respect for others and their rights and the rule of law. That's about as far as I'd be willing to go on that. I certainly can't draw a conclusion to the other.
Okay, thanks, Chief. That's all I got, Mr. Chair, for now. I may come back on again later, but I want to give others a chance.
Okay, thank you very much. So CAO Felice, I heard the Chief ask that request from Councillor Ferguson go to the Police Services Board first, which is appropriate based on the current legislation, and then Chair Eisenberger, Mayor Eisenberger, if you could have the board share that information with the council after the board has dealt with that information. If that's possible, that would be very helpful. Mr. Eisenberger?
To be clear, it'll be a request to the board for that information. It'll be returned to clerks and sent to council through clerks.
Excellent. I knew you'd have a process for it, sir. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And Chief Gerd, if this is perhaps the last time that we're going to be able to speak in public, I'm glad you're able to take time out of your vacation to come in and present in person. I don't know if council is aware of this, but Chief Gert actually grew up next door to my grandparents' place on Ferrera Street. So small town Hamilton is it's odd those connections that keep popping up in our communities.
And if I might interject there quickly, Mr. Bennett is a neighbor, as a mentor, as a person who took an active interest in kids' lives, really was an example for others within this community. You know, it was a sincere interest in how things were going. So I still miss him, and your grandmother as well. And thank you for alluding to that. He was a great guy.
Thank you, Chief. I do have a couple questions. I think it's probably more to CAO Felice on the budget. So questions on Appendix F, which is the variance report between the actuals and the projected budget. So back in, I think it was early November, there was some media where the projected variance was projected to be around $568,000. And I think at the time that was 75% of the budget was actual with 25% projected. And now we're about 2 months later, and of course, when there was a possible variance of $500,000 available, there was calls to return some of that surplus perhaps to the city of Hamilton to refund taxpayer to help with the taxpayer levy burden, or to apply that to additional social services. So when I'm looking at the Appendix F, the variance report that's in the presentation today, I see that variance is been reduced to about $3,000. So I'm just could get some clarification of what happened to that $500,000 in the last 2 months.
Thank you, Councillor. CAO Felice, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the number that you're referencing is basically our projection as at November 30th. So when we closed the books at November 30th, we were projecting a modest variance of about 3,000. That did not include the COVID funding that was since confirmed by the city of Hamilton, which is close to 600,000. So that would put us in more of a surplus. However, as part of this budget recommendation, we're asking that those monies be applied to our 2021 budget as revenues to reduce our ask down to 2.98%. So we will likely be posting a surplus. That will be part of it. We still have a number of invoices that are outstanding, a number of POs that are open, and we're still reconciling a couple of accounts like training and overtime. Those, may cause a swing either way. Training specifically because of COVID, we didn't do a lot of what we normally do in 2020. So I would say that it is a different budget year. There was a lot that impacted it. Our December books should close probably in mid-February, and we'll have a much clearer idea of what that variance will look like.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I guess maybe I'm still not clear though. So in November, we were at 75% of actual. Today, we're at 83% of actual. And in that 8% difference, there's that $568,000 variance that's now been reduced to $3,000.
Through the chair. So a lot of that had to do with the fact that we were beginning to process our overtime payments. So most of that was applied at that point, although not fully. So overtime had a lot to do with that. That's why it came down so much. But I caution that there's still a couple of other big things that we're working on that could swing it either way. Training being one, and all of our open purchase orders and invoices that we haven't reconciled yet.
Councillor.
So if I might, Deputy Mayor, just to clarify that a bit, the way our collective agreement works is members can elect either to get paid for overtime or save it as time. Come November, management then has the right to either give time off, or the member can choose to either take time or not. So fundamentally, by the last pay, members have elected, and then we will reconcile the overtime payments. Where we can grant it off in time, we certainly will, but with minimum staffing numbers, that's not always possible. So to our CEO's point about overtime and how it's processed, That's why December can kind of be a bit of a swing time. You know, if we can manage to grant it off in time, that obviously reduces costs. We will, but we still have to meet minimum staffing requirements. And one other thing, Deputy Mayor, if I might, if we can revisit the shooting question that Councillor Ferguson had when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. After Councillor Danko, I'll ask you to revisit that. Thank you. Councillor Danko, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question then to CAO Felice. So obviously getting within, you know, $3,000 on a $171.5 million budget is pretty much hitting the, you know, being as close to the mark as you can possibly be. And I think if I work that as in a percentage, that's within 0.002% actual to budget, which is for a department that size really surprising. I think I'd be hard pressed to find any of our city departments that get anywhere near that. Thinking about Public Works, in my experience as chair there, you know, I think we'd be lucky if we get in within millions of dollars of our actual versus projected. So do you have a sense right now, and I know you mentioned that we'll get final numbers as of February, but how confident are you in that projection, actual versus projected?
CAO Felice, please.
Through the chair, you are correct, Councillor. That is a very close number. I'm not confident that we're going to be that close. Like I said, I'm waiting for some information to close December. I do think we'll be posting a surplus that is a bit bigger than that because of the purchase orders, the training, and some other things that happened in the year, like the delayed opening of our ISD building. And so we don't, you know, we're still getting our final invoices for things like hydro and all of those things. So I do think we'll be posting a bigger surplus. In addition, the COVID funding isn't accounted for there. So that's automatically another 580,000 or probably 600,000 was our last projection for COVID costs. But again, we'll know more in a couple of weeks when we close the books for December.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 1 minute, 17 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I appreciate it. Chief Gert, you asked me to give you an opportunity to clarify a question that Councillor Ferguson had asked about shootings. Please proceed, sir. Sorry, your microphone is off, sir.
Sorry about that. I will go through Deputy Burr, and that was that emergency phone call I received that you can see online, just to remind. And he is paying attention. This is an extremely important topic and has been his focus as the operations deputy, as it's been mine, certainly for the last year and beyond. So over to you, Deputy Burr.
Deputy Chief Bergen, please.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate being able to come back in on this because I thought what Councillor Ferguson asked was very important. It's important because I think we have to tell the story of what 51 shootings were in 2020. By way of some history, the numbers were in 2018, 25 shootings. 2019 were 47 shootings, and we did finish 2020 with 51 shootings. Bear with me as I break that down a bit because it tells a story. In those shootings, there were 23 victims, 3 self-inflicted and 1 misadventure. 8 fatalities were attributed. 32 of those events were no injuries. And with regards to homicides, and this again is how we would measure the severity and the comfort of a community, 17 victims of homicide, where currently charges in 10 of them, actually 11 of them have occurred, having 1 being laid early this hour, early today. Of those 17 homicide, it is important that 7 of them were victim of shooting. And on top of that, there were 1 human remains found, which had been a previous historic investigation, and 1 was as a result of violence. 8 of those were stabbing. Interesting, in 2020, up to July of 2020, we had the 7 shootings. After July, no more shootings where victims were felled by a homicide. They were all stabbings. On top of that, since the 1st of August, 19 of those shootings were drive-by shootings. As a result of that, combined with working with Deputy Diodati and our side of the house and in operations and investigations, we started Project Strong. Project Strong is stopping targeted retaliations on neighborhood gangs. As the chief has alluded to, the gang issues is not something that the Hamilton area is immune to. We are part of the GTA. We are certainly within the Golden Horseshoe and that transient movement. In Project Strong, which actually started its whole of service response in December of 2020, and I risk celebrating the fact on the January 21st, we have had no victims currently in this year or no shootings at this time. But in Project Strong, since December, 42 people have been charged. 372 charges have been laid. 10 firearms seized. 471 rounds of ammunition. 4 weapons, other descriptions. Drugs seized have been cocaine, fentanyl, and crystal meth, which has been the scourge within our community. Total drug street value is $390,000. Money seized, which is growing every day, is over $63,000. It's significant that in this community, without a whole of service response, in a community that 2020 saw, domestics up 4.4%, people in crisis up 14.4%, and medical calls up 17.5%. We've still been able to actually manage what has been the growing trend of shootings. Thank you for the opportunity just to lay out a little bit more clarification.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Anything further, Chief Gert?
I'm good, thank you. And I found my mute button, so that helps.
You're just happy I don't have the mute button.
Well, that could happen.
Okay, we have 3 more speakers on the list. We have Councillor Farr, Councillor Nan, and Councillor Wilson. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just follow up with Deputy Chief Bergen, actually, Acting Chief Bergen, on what he has just noted, and just specific to that stat or those stats through you, Chief Bergen. You know, we had a few downtown, and I'm going from reports read it in the media, but what do we measure where the perpetrators are from? Whether they're from this city, whether they're not from this city, or newly arrived and when they arrived. I know I had a couple of incidents, pretty severe incidences, tragic incidences in our core last year that were perpetrated by individuals who were new to the city, very new to the city. So do we look at that through you?
Chief Gert, if you want to send it to someone else, please use your own prerogative.
Thank you, appreciate that. And, you know, as a more holistic trend, we have seen the increase, and we've talked about the 400 series of highways and the nature of crime, which doesn't recognize borders, not a new saying, but we know that. And when we look at the proliferation of the drugs, of the money, of the guns, it is a GTA issue. It's actually expands to the north as well. So your statistic is an interesting one. We don't normally compile that under unified crime reporting statistics, but I do know that the deputy has certainly been cognizant of that, so I will turn it over to him.
Deputy Chief Bergen, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Farr. And I think you're absolutely correct. There have been one that has certainly been people who have been part of a larger network that do come in. Certainly in organized crime, it's not uncommon for people in the larger each GTA footprint to be able to franchise their services to come into an area and commit a homicide. That I think is a good characterization. But unfortunately, and this is not a good story, the reality is with regards to those sporadic shootings which result in the drive-bys, I'll use one example, 38 rounds into an East End row house. And the reality is the perpetrator in that case has been arrested, but had in fact lived probably about 13 blocks away from that area. And in that particular case, all of those parties within that gang and those retaliations all were in a network that were geographically probably within a kilometer of their existence. So we do try to track, and we have a correlation between the activities up on the mountain that do affect the downtown core through their transient movement to the chief's point, the major highways, and certainly within our area, the link, the Red Hill, the access again to the QEW certainly gives people that opportunity to move to our area. So yes, we do. Project Strong is in fact built on that foundation. A foundation is that we get to know our players. We are ruthless in hunting them down and making sure they're either complying with their bail conditions, which are precarious at best, but we are making sure that we are managing that by being on top of it. That is part of the success of what we're doing.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Chair, just while I have Chief Frank, The murders themselves, 17 in last year, obviously not all of them committed by gunplay, gun crimes. We had, I think, maybe more than maybe two murders, one attempted murder from individuals who were new arrivals to the city. So on the actual murder statistics, do we keep track of where these folks are from, where they've come from, just on the actual 17 murders?
Thank you, Deputy Chief Bergen.
Certainly we do. And again, one in particular, Sam's Tavern, which was early on in the year, and that certainly affected where 4 people, 2 homicides, but 2 other victims, and 2 people are still outstanding in that investigation. I'll take this as an opportunity to remind everybody in our community, if you see something, say something, and whether you're comfortable talking to us or through Crime Stoppers, that is our opportunity. But we absolutely debrief. We absolutely do everything we can and work with our partners within the GTA, the policing family, and certainly our commitment to gang exit strategies, meaning debriefing and having conversations and allowing people an opportunity to change their life around are the commitments that are currently being undertaken by our ISD, our investigative squad.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, I'm glad we're discussing it. I think more specific to Ward 2, I think of the senior citizen in Durand who was unfortunately, I believe, stabbed. The perpetrator was caught. I think it's still alleged because the court case hasn't taken place. More recently, just off Bold and James Street South, a homeless individual was unfortunately, I believe, stabbed to death. And I bring this up from the policing standpoint and from this budget standpoint, and just to point out the challenges of, I'm assuming, and maybe I'll get that verified as a question through you to Acting Chief Frank, it's more difficult for our police services to deal with crimes that are perpetrated by individuals not known to police. So, and therefore, greater resources to tackle those things.
Those two that you. Thank you very much. And Councillor Farr, I appreciate the opportunity, actually, without giving too much information, but the two that you have brought up are important to have a conversation about. Both involve part of that larger pressure within our community. As I stated, our person in crisis calls are well over 14.4% increase. Both of the perpetrators in that area would fall within that category. Both were transient and both, in fact, moved through our community. One in particular for the elderly female who just answered a door knock and found that was the end of her last breath. The other one, again, was just the senseless, violent activities that occurred in the early hours that certainly left one person who, by all accounts, was an incredible person who had a very loving family. But again, those two that you speak to are not part of the larger gun violence, but they're part of the other social ills and other challenges within our community. You brought that up because it also speaks to about it takes a collection and a collective approach to how we have to manage mental illness, homelessness, harm reduction, and poverty in our community.
Councillor?
Great. I really appreciate that response. And through you to Chief Gert, that's something that you and I spoke about in that October special meeting where we had all the delegations in advance, and then you came in and agreed that while we can't overnight defund a portion of our police to address those sorts of issues that Frank just brought forward, we all agree that over time, that's the kind of thing we ought to work on together because it is a collective effort and we need to do it. And obviously we need to do it with safety in mind, correct? Through you, Chair.
Chief Gert, please.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, you've said it quite nicely, Councillor Farr. I've said from the outset in this discussion about defunding, I'm not proprietary in the work, and I'm not. I am open to alternative solutions. I think the mechanism is clearly the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, where you have, through legislation, the major players at the table. What is lacking somewhat, in my view, is specific offers of how to do that work, how to actually implement. But the opportunity remains through the work of that committee, which is not police-centric. It is a social organization, but broader than that, to come up with those alternative solutions. Because we do think there is innovation available. There's alternate approaches. It is complex. We certainly found that at the opioid roundtable in terms of, how do you attack it and through the 4 pillars. And again, policing is not the major centric role in that. So once again, we're not proprietary in the work. And if we as a police service see the benefits of that, and I won't be here, but I certainly as a citizen, I'll be very much in support of that work and the positive work that can be done. We have many experts available. We have researchers. We have an international experience to draw from. So why wouldn't we? But the work remains to be done through that committee. And it's a starting point again. It's not a completion. But the way you've articulated is quite accurate.
Yeah, and we all know, and finally, Mr. Chair, policing as it exists today is still very important to our residents. Top 10 in the top 10 ratings for city services in our official scientific phone survey that we had recently. Same Our City survey with the written response portion. Most common themes from Hamiltonians on the question, what's the one thing you think the city of Hamilton should do to reach our vision? Best place to raise a child, age successfully. And the responses up top most commonly related to police services. This is what we're hearing from our residents, and community safety. Huge priorities for the vast majority of our citizens. And of course, police continue to play a significant role. Slide 14, Chief Gert, I'll say real quick, congratulations on over 3 decades of policing in Hamilton, and enjoy your well-deserved retirement. But you mentioned the cannabis, you just sort of said it wasn't part of the slide, but you'd mentioned some of the successful funding that you'd found. One was the cannabis enforcement. That cannabis enforcement team that you had fully funded outside of our municipal levy was it disbanded, or is it still in existence? Because you still have to do a whole lot of work with the myriad of applications that are coming in our way. In fact, of all the divisions, I would suggest police do the most work in investigating each and every application. And again, that comes to a resource issue. So is that funding still in place and that team still in place related to cannabis, notwithstanding cannabis is now legal? That's my final question.
Thank you for the overview, and through you again, Deputy Mayor. They have tapered back. It was an initiative through the province. I can tell you that I had personal conversations with the Deputy Minister at the time, through to the Premier, I believe, because of course I don't speak to him directly usually, to advocate specifically for Hamilton that we needed a broader approach to this. And we had a team struck from across Ontario. We received a lot of the benefits of that, but we'd already had an intelligence position dedicated through the funding. Secondarily, we did see the expansion, and it was a whole of team effort again. Deputy Kinsella at the time led it through operations in terms of closing those institutions. We relied on the work of our council, Marco Visentini, for interpretation of new laws that either did or didn't allow us. And quite frankly, we were progressive and willing to push things a little further to meet the community's requirements for safety. And we're successful in part. And to your point, the distribution is, and they're very fluid criminals, taken on a different approach to distribution of illegal cannabis. So the work remains. Unfortunately, to your other point, the funding didn't right now, but should it present itself again, I'm sure that the incoming chief and our team will take full advantage of that. We stay tuned to the opportunities constantly, because it often requires specific resources to do that work. And I do see the deputy's hand up, and I will turn that to him. But yes, the funding did decrease. Yes, we're still involved, not as much as we were. But again, we don't have in excess of 50 illegal dispensaries, brick and mortar, but the problem does still remain. So through to you, Deputy Bergen.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Farr, just for clarity and transparency, in 2020, we did sign off our final request of $63,000 to that provincial fund and that partnership. We, according to Marco Visentini, we still have control of 2 facilities, as you know, that Deputy Kinsella and through Ryan Diodati and their team, now into Paul Hamilton. We now are down to a height of 54 seized properties, down to 2 with the commensurate legalization in that flow. The other thing that is important, we do play a vital role. All councillors would be aware that our detectives play a vital role working with our partners at the province in order to assist in the determinations of whether or not somebody should be granted a viable cannabis license.
Councillor, you have 34 seconds left if you wish.
Yeah, just on that last point, and I appreciate both Chief Gert and Chief Bergen addressing and reiterating the points they made earlier. But notwithstanding, unfortunately, it seems like a rubber stamp process. But certainly, most of the time in investigating whether or not how we should comment on applications is spent by Hamilton Police Services. It appears to me, and I get the most applications for legal marijuana facilities. But I'm just thinking about Ford's pledge that anybody who operated illegal cannabis facilities, which were innovative in addressing, as hard as it was for about 2 years there, we're not allowed to apply for legal ones. And the police were the ones that could tell us through these application processes that are happening now whether or not how we should comment, and they have to do a lot of work and research into this stuff. And it continues to be, I think, a bit of a strain on resources, notwithstanding we only have about 60K, it sounds like, left in cannabis policing budget. But I just wanted to make that point, and also at the same time thank our partners in Hamilton Police Services for carrying, I would suggest, the load, along with Ken Leendertz and his licensing team, in these investigations of each and every application as a multitude continue to come into our city. Thanks for letting me go an extra 10 seconds. And again, congratulations, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, you're next up, please, if you can turn your microphone on.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you also to CAO Felice and Chief Gert and Acting Chief Bergen for joining us this afternoon for the Hamilton Police Services budget proposal presentation. I have a couple of clarifying questions. Excuse my voice.
No problem.
In the documents that we received as council, the proposal was a 3.32% total HPS ask. And in our presentation that we received today, the slide deck pointed to a 2.98% ask. And I was just curious if somebody could shed some light on what changed, and also to clarify what the numerical value of 2.98% is. And then I have a couple other clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO Felice.
Sure, but before we turn it over to the CAO, we presented to the board in December 2 options, one at 3.23 and one at 2.98. Really, the pivot point was around COVID funding and the reductions that could happen. And our concern was if we took for granted that we would have COVID funding for 2021, we thought that came with some risks. During the meeting, and I don't want to speak for the mayor here, but the mayor did state that it looks like the COVID funding would continue for 2021, so that the board made the decision to approve at 2.98. But if you're looking at where the 3.23 came from, that was the original submission. But that was a board decision about the risk, so to speak, with regard to potential or not COVID funding. Pending anything you might have to say, Anna.
Thank you. CAO Felice, please.
Okay.
Through the chair, I think the chief covered it. The reduction from 3.32 to 2.98 is really just the application of 580,000 in COVID funding.
Okay, so that clarifies thank you. That clarifies.
Councillor Nan, if you can just hold for 1 second. Councillor, we want to remind you, we only have 10 councillors here. And so we want to keep quorum. So just keep an eye on who's here and who's not here, please. Thank you. Councillor Nan, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, because there was a comment earlier through you, Chair, by CAO Fleets that said HPS is asking to apply the surplus to the 2021 ask to help bring it down. So that was the part that I wanted to clarify. So the COVID related costs, and specifically the funds that have come through the city to offset the COVID related costs at the value of $580,000, is what is making the difference between the 2 percentage points. And as it relates to the surplus uncertainty and clarity that Councillor Danko drilled down on, can you again, just for my clarity, explain that should HPS receive the 580, should your reconciliation around overtime payment, etc., be applied? Should your outstanding invoices get balanced out and paid off? And should any training related costs that are yet to be articled, you're looking at you had mentioned specifically not being confident that we'd be coming in at a $3,000 surplus, that you would be looking at a higher rate. Is it fair to ask, is that back into the hundreds of thousands of dollars?
CAO Felice.
Through the chair, I don't want to answer that because I haven't closed December's books yet, and that's really what's going to tell me what that number is going to look like. To come in within 3,000 of a budget our size is, I would say, nearly impossible. I don't ever think anyone's hit that close. So, it could be hundreds of thousands. I'm not sure at this point, but we will look at that when the books are closed. Even at that, I think even up to 800,000-900,000, we would still be coming in within less than 1% of our total budget. So that would be a fairly accurate budget projection when we come in at those numbers, which is historically where we've landed.
Historically, thank you for that clarity, and I appreciate that you can't, that you don't want to estimate at this time. So as far as I understand it, Chair, we don't currently have a policy as a municipality that speaks to surpluses being automatically applied to the ask of the Hamilton Police Services. And so, as it was articulated earlier, the application of the surplus stemming from the COVID-related dollars to the operating and overall 2021 budget, that's the piece where I'm getting some confusion. Based on the fact that there isn't a policy that automatically applies surpluses from a year-end variance to a 2021 ask. So I will follow up on that offline so that I've got the clarity that I need, unless there's somebody here who wants to answer it.
After we hear from the Hamilton Police Service Board members, we can always ask our staff.
Through the chair, if I may comment.
Yep.
We do have what's called a tax stabilization reserve, and we use that reserve at times to offset our budgets. So from a process perspective, what would happen would be that the COVID funding would be placed into that reserve, and then we would use it as revenue to offset our 2021 budget. So that it is aligned with our processes and how we manage our reserves. In general, when we have a surplus, our surplus is placed into the tax stabilization or the police capital reserve. We don't have any other funding mechanism for those reserves. And so that's how we fund them at the end of each year typically. And so if we do have a budget year where we're in deficit or we have a sudden capital expense, that would be the account that we go to manage that.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, and appreciating that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities also indicated that municipalities are currently facing year-over-year increases in policing costs to municipalities, and preventing our ability as municipalities to then invest in some of the upstream prevention services that can help lead to interventions, but also reduction in policing costs for non-emergent, or sorry, I'd say non-criminal activity. So I'll definitely take some comments or some time offline to work through some of the questions that I have in terms of those pieces, and I appreciate the answers to the questions I did put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the presence of the service today and the chief in answering these questions. I appreciate the questions seeking clarity on status of the surplus and the policies around its usage. I'll be interested in that discussion coming forward. Mine is just trying to, primarily for future years, but just to understand a little bit better the data sets that are set out in the presentation. And to be honest, I found this presentation, I know Chief Gert, you said you were before this council in October. The challenge is it was just a little different than all the previous ones. So it makes comparisons, at least for me, a little different. So hence my question, so I understand completely. You referenced in your presentation, where was it? 17% with respect to the MCRRT, which for people out there represents Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team. And you said that that was a 5-year average. Did I interpret that correctly?
Chief Gert.
Thank you. That's correct. And through you, Deputy Mayor, what we've looked at, and we did the metrics since inception of the Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team, both as a pilot and then once the board approved permanent positions for that unit. So what we look at is a response to a call and the percentage of times persons are apprehended under the Mental Health Act, then taken to the ER where they're assessed by clinicians in terms of the outcomes. That's the figure I'm alluding to. So what we've done is we've had some variations, been as low as 14% in some cases, 21% in others. So what I asked for from our team was give me the 5-year average since inception of the rate of apprehensions under the Mental Health Act in those circumstances. Our benchmark that we set before we started any of this work was what is the rate of apprehension by 2 uniform officers who were responding to those calls directly out of the front line before the inception of the MCERT team. So that's the comparison I'm drawing. What was the rate of apprehension before we had this program? What is the rate of apprehension once we began this program? And of course, the additional part we've got is a mental health professional responding with the officer, but keeping in mind MCERT responses are to life-threatening situations. Coast, where there's not an immediate need and the person just may require a visit the next day or resources offline or otherwise, that's separate and apart from MCERT. So MCERT addresses those life-threatening situations. Those are the statistics that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. So
Councillor.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. So yes, in your 2018 budget, it was 12.3%. In 2019, it was 15.6%. Last year, it was 16.1%. And so you're saying this year it's at 17%. And if that is the case, this upward trajectory, what's the story that these numbers are telling us as a community, please? For you, Deputy Mayor.
Gert. And thank you for the question. I think we've got to look at proportionality here, where you're talking about a 50% reduction to begin with, from 75% down to these figures. The variance of even 4 or 5% based on a number of factors. I don't know that you can specifically state this is more violent acts. We're not the ones who assess whether the person should be apprehended and admitted to hospital. That's done through the clinicians. We haven't delved specifically into those behavioral indicators of what's the original, and it'd be pretty difficult to quantify in a specific manner. You know, does the person have a weapon? Do they not have a weapon? Is it self-harm? Is it harm to others? You may have a whole mix of things in there. But I think when we're looking at the success of a program where we have 50% of the people who used to be apprehended have to sit in the waiting room, the potential stigma, even though we're taking them to a clinician for assessment, a reduction of 50% is pretty substantial. To look at the effect of a 4% variation in those years, it'd be pretty difficult to do a broad analysis the same way that we've done in terms of the implementation of the program. I think it's a fair question. I just don't know that we have the specific indications with the number of people who make decisions, the original event that happens, and then what the outcome is as assessed by a clinician. We'd have to look at that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Because your historic uniform apprehension rate stays pretty steady since 2017 at about 75%. But the mental health is growing. So I was just wondering if it was fair to hypothesize that we, as in your previous presentations, which reference those social determinants of health, whether this is in fact an reflection that we do in fact have a mental health crisis on our hands.
I think your hypothesis is sound. And one of the things that we're seeing, and in my view, very positive thing, is people are not viewing it with the same stigma that they used to when they present with psychiatric disorders. So they are reaching out for help. I think that's a very positive thing. If you see the numbers go up, particularly where it's their own health and well-being or somebody else's that is at immediate risk with MCERT. And so I think any work we can do in this field, being And I've talked about the risk continuum between a social navigator, where it's fairly low risk, up to the high end, which is MCERT response. I think dedicating resources to this, and of course, we're not the single recipient of funds here. This is done through St. Joe's, done through Progressive Vision, in my view. And yes, we have a mental health crisis, but, and I've just been seeing recently, again, not to promote them, but Bell, Let's Talk. It's so important to destigmatize this. And I've talked about it before, where you have people like, accomplished athletes, people professional. It hits all spectrums. So where you have a Silken Lawman talking about it, where you have professors talking about their own challenges with it. This destigmatization is extremely important. So if we end up with the end result that more people are reaching out for help, I think that's a positive. Your hypothesis about why that is, again, like most behaviors in society, it's multifactorial, and it's very difficult to delineate one thing versus another. But for me, the end result is that people are reaching out for more help. If we have de-escalation, if we do not have violence committed, either by the persons themselves or us as a result of the response to that, those are all very positive.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Thank you. So in 2019, your report to council said that suicide was one of your leading causes for service. Is that the case today, through you, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, and I didn't pull that specific statistic out, but a response to mental health and a specific call that the person was either going to commit suicide. It's also called for service if they in fact complete the act, because then we have a sudden death investigation. So it's become more broadly focused around mental health in particular, but at that time, where that call was delineated under our calls for service, it's not as prevalent that way. I think the concerning thing, I wouldn't certainly want to lead the public to false impressions. With our standing committee on mental health, we were starting to explore the higher prevalence of suicidal ideation with children and youth, both extremely disturbing. And I do know that our youth branch keeps specific statistics on that. Boy, that'd be a tongue twister. Specific statistics over long term. So I think it's important to keep our eye on the ball there. Reasons for suicidal ideation, I think certainly a number of organizations have looked at the increased rise of this with COVID and other factors, economic and otherwise. So if your point is to keep our eye on the ball, definitely. Would I say that it becomes more prominent than under other mental health calls? That's harm to self, but harm to others is equally important. So yes, we broke it down that year, and yes, the statistics at that point did show a leading or an increase in calls for service for that specific call.
Thank you. Councillor.
I have 2 more questions, Deputy Mayor. Again, if you don't have it here today, that's fine, but similar to Councillor Ferguson, if I could put a request in. You provided Chief Gert some statistics, homicides, an increase of 31%. But what I found different from all the previous other presentations was you consistently offered the elected council statistics with respect to total crime. So for example, in 2018, total crime was down 23%, property crime down 25%, and violent crime down 28%. But I don't have those data that set here, and I was wondering if it would be possible in follow-up for you to offer those to us. Thank you. The other question I have is you referenced the money for use of the EDI person. And in your report, you reference the PRIDE independent findings of the review. Is this the appropriate venue, Deputy Mayor? I look to you to say, where are you as a service in implementing those recommendations? And are you waiting for the EDI hire to do that? Thank you.
Chief Gert. So 2 answers. If I might back up to the Unified Crime Reporting Statistics, they are available publicly through Stats Canada. It provides both the overall crime rates and then the delineation of the crime severity index. And of course, one is a count of events. The other is a weighted count and proportionality relative to that. So that is available publicly. We can certainly get that for you.
Thank you.
I'd had some feedback previously, and I know there's a variety of opinions on council. Please don't kill me with statistics. And because it is publicly available, you know, we tried to pare down the presentation a bit towards that end. And I do know my predecessor had far more slides than I did on all those statistics. I think they're important as well. So yes, we can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then the second question relative to Pride, we have publicly stated through the Police Service Board, we've done 2 reports to date. The next date, I believe, is March, and Deputy Diodati can certainly fill me in on that. No, we haven't waited for the EDI component. There are, I believe, 35 recommendations, and we've moved ahead on the vast majority. Some of them, for example, the Pride event itself obviously did not occur in the same format in 2020. I don't know where they're going to end up in 2021. We have certainly reached out prior to 2020 to engage in those conversations again. I do know that Jasper Dillon has done a tremendous amount of work, and we're more than happy to continue those meetings well in advance. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. If I were being predictive, I would say probably not going to have a big mass gathering in a centralized area in June or July. That'd be my guess relative to what's we're hearing from Dr. Williams. So no, we haven't waited for EDI was a big component of that. And, you know, crisis is obviously quite often an opportunity to make change. And had I taken an EDI specialist as a civilianized position 2 or 3 years ago, my guess would be it probably wouldn't have survived the budget session. But it did this time. I'm thankful for that. And I think it puts us in a better position organizationally. We do know many other organizations have done work in this area, and it's a welcome addition in my view, particularly for the broader lens, particularly because we're linked to CCDI, Canadian Center for Diversity and Inclusion, and those have both been budgetary considerations that the board has supported. So unless Deputy Diodati can correct me, I believe, and we gave the proposed dates for reports back to the board. I believe it's coming in March.
Deputy Chief Diodati, do you have anything to add?
That's correct, Chief. We are due to report back to the board on the 38 recommendations in March, and you're correct that we have started to work through the recommendations. The EDI specialist will certainly assist us in working through more of those recommendations, but we continue to, you know, work with our community stakeholders, Jas Dillon, and we will be reporting back to the board in March.
Thank you. Councillor?
Do I have time for one?
36
okay,
seconds.
I'll get it in. One more question. Chief Girt, are you able to provide this council with a breakdown of your calls for service, meaning specifically that which are criminal, that which are mental health, that nature, please, in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Chief?
And thank you for the question. I probably handled it the same way as I did Councillor Ferguson's. I would ask that we just go through the board in recognition of their role for the governance function. We have provided that in the past. We have looked at, on a more broad basis in Canadian policing, the nature of what is actually criminal, what is non-criminal. I think, and I don't think presupposing where you're going with it, but in past, there have been suggestions that police just deal strictly with the criminal component. And my view would be, and I won't be using any analogies today, but the upstream thinking about crime prevention being one of the leading facets in the Police Service Act is so important. And so the work you do proactively, preventatively through policing, I think was equally important to than just being strictly a response mechanism to criminality after the fact. I'll draw the parallel of our work with youth, and we do know that, and I've made this statement a number of times. When you look at risk factors, and of course I did quite a bit of research on this, risk factors for criminality in youth, and the risk factors that pertain to the youth, whether it's gangs, terrorism, human trafficking, at risk in general, are substantially the same risk factors. So I think interventions in an appropriate manner without incarceration, without criminal sanctions, but in a proactive manner can often change the outcome. And you know, I do want to affirm the work, for example, of Frederick Dryden in Liberty for Youth, where he's doing work specifically with youth been involved in the criminal system and looking at alternative measures to have kids, and I'll call them that. I know that one of my researchers that I really took quite a bit of stock in was Dr. Fred Matthews from Toronto Psychological Services, who did a tremendous amount of research on gangs. And he talked about a very positive message for youth, being that most kids, like most adults, are just trying to make their way in life. And how we handle those interventions as a police service could be a shoplifting, it could be a minor assault, it could be whatever the particular call is, are so important. So yes, we can provide those statistics we have in past. You know, as a parting comment, I would just say that we need to look at the holistic part. And again, you know, we've done work with John Howard Society for years on preventative programs. And this particular chapter of John Howard Society, you know, back to my days working with Duncan Gillespie. But all the executive directors have taken a proactive approach as opposed to a post-incarceration approach, which many of the John Howard Societies do. They've been leaders in this area for a number of years, and we've really enjoyed working with them in a proactive fashion. And I believe that work continues under Ruth Greenspan. So any event, we can certainly provide those statistics upon request again.
Oh,
Thank you. That exhausts your time, Councillor.
If I could just express my thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Gert. And I certainly agree with you that the focus should be on upstream programming and funding. And thank you for being here today. And I wish you well in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. The next first-time speaker is Councillor Jackson. Councillors, can I just ask, if you're not speaking, please check to make sure that your microphone is muted. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson. I'll start you now.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. And Chief Gert, I said it at the last board meeting, and I'll say it in this forum too. Congratulations on a stellar career. The traditional way of coming up through the ranks and homegrown, you know, there's something to be said for that. And I've always been someone who has applauded and supported somebody who has their investment in this community with their family, their home, join a department, and have the desire, the energy, the talent, and experience to move up the ladder. And you've done that in the last 5 years, hitting the pinnacle of being chief here in our community. So thank you very much for your years of service and an excellent outgoing budget presentation, Chief Gert.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Clark, Chief, you've left a good foundation here, and I'm just going, if maybe you just want to reiterate, the board pushed hard. Last year we hired Jazz Dillon, our community relations coordinator, outstanding hire. LGBTQ liaise, it was Sergeant, I believe, Rebecca Moran. Maybe you could bring me up to date if Rebecca's still doing that in a dual fashion. And an EDI specialist to be hired in the next 10 days. And the mayor has given me, our chairman of the board's given me permission to mention that her name is Paula Jani, Jani, and she's going to be our new EDI specialist. And for my colleagues on council, wait to read and hear about her resume. So Deputy Mayor Clark, through you to the chief, in terms of great foundation in that area of 3 specialists, if you will, in diversity. Maybe you want to expand upon that, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Chief Gert.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, the reason I stood up is the sun suddenly came out, and I think I was watched right out of the photo there.
I noticed.
I think it might have been a tactic to have the light in my eyes, but that's a point. No, okay. First of all, before I speak to those specific individuals, I do want to speak to our specific command team, our senior officers, and of course the front line that do the policing every day. This is a team sport. It doesn't hinge on one individual, never should. And you are well positioned, in my view, and maybe I'm a little biased, in terms of the senior commanders here, being our CEO, Anna Felice, our deputies being Frank Bergen and Ryan Diodati. They're all committed to this organization. In many ways, their heart and soul are in this place, and it has to be. It's more than just a business. It is a service to the public and a calling. Relative to our senior command, beyond that, being our senior officers, again, many people I've seen exhibit abilities, and they are different strengths. The diversity, and I've talked about diversity many times. If we can still promote that, it's extremely important. You know, the work of Jazz Dillon, and here I'm going to get into all kinds of names, but I know you specifically mentioned it. There's a ton of work to do there, and our LGBTQ liaison, unless Deputy Diodati can correct me, Rebecca continues in that work.
Okay.
She specifically came forward to offer that. And I don't want to disclose kind of her personal disclosures, but it's a balance between that greater community need and personal goals. I think she struck the balance. She is part of the community, and you know, where we can get that in terms of the service and the people who provide the service more immediately to those members. Again, with diversity, people want to see themselves in the police that serve them. It's so important, and certainly my focus hasn't changed. Is it a competing demand? I would say that most businesses are looking at it now. It makes it extremely competitive for the individuals who want to work in this field and who have all those abilities to begin with. They're obviously marketable to a variety of disciplines beyond policing. So, you know, I think it's extremely important. But I think you are well served by this organization and the men and women who do the day-to-day calls for service. And I know that our command team has gone out to see them. It's not, you know, 15 years ago. Without being intrusive, we go out and watch the daily interactions. Deputy Bergen's had probably the most opportunity being on the operations side of the house. But I do know his comments, and coming from another police service, again, I don't want to speak for him, but watching the compassion, the respect. Will we get into difficulties? Certainly. Are we going to hold members accountable when they transgress the lines? Yes. But the vast majority continue to interact in that way. We've seen improvements in terms of the background of the hires we make, the life experience they have, those three components of diversity being cultural, visible, and linguistic diversity. They're so important. But the features, and I heard it in the library board discussions today, compassion, respect, and professionalism. And I've alluded to that before in terms of the good newsletter I get. The reason I paid attention to those is the community is telling me what they think is important in the service that they did get. And those three factors figured again and again and again. And I thought, boy, if I'm paying attention, I should probably call out what the public has stated. I suspect that would probably apply to most organizations and, you know, that are involved in service. So I think you were well positioned with the senior command team. The work on the Pride recommendations continues, and it's a whole of team effort. And, you know, our day-to-day service from our men and women who serve, keeping in mind COVID, we are frontline service providers. We have been here through the pandemic. They do have families. They are concerned themselves. They will risk exposure, much like many of the other areas, and in many ways, not in controlled environments. Where a hospital setting, and I don't diminish that, you know what the person has or does not have by that point. Our members are meeting all the people in our community under a variety of circumstances. So I think you are well positioned for the future. You know, I'd like to think I'd had a role in that, but it really is about the attributes of the people themselves, their willingness to help, and their willingness to offer up their skills and abilities. So I hope that answered your question, and I do appreciate your positive commentary as well.
Thanks, Chief. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Well stated overall. And in terms of succession planning, not knowing where the new hire of the a chief will go, but really a solid foundation of potential succession planning, especially with our two deputies, Diodati and Bergen, and of course CAO Felice. If I could, Deputy Mayor, further to the Chief, and again for $171 million for my constituents on the East Mountain. If I want to just quickly rhyme off again, and I want reassurances beyond a doubt of the types of programs you're continuing to provide, at least for my constituents on the East Mountain, programs like the Guns and Gangs, programs like Coast, narcotics, traffic enforcement, heat bear units, mounted units, canine units, just a bevy of important police services to ensure that our city is as safe as possibly can be on behalf of the police service. Deputy Mayor Clark, maybe through you to the Chief, just for an overall cursory reassurance, please.
Thank you. Chief Gert, please.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, From my position, yes, I would almost lead it to our future or leaders who are also current leaders to answer that question. I'd like to think that they would continue in that vein. One of the challenges joining policing was there's so much to know, a variety of laws, victimology, just a continual learning curve. It's actually the appeal of the job in many ways, and the reason I selected this personally. But at the same time, you really do have to work at it to stay current, to be versed, to understand what is required on a day-to-day basis. And I got a chance to speak to our newest recruits, and I said to them, this was in December, I'm a little envious because they have all that learning, insight into the human condition, all that work to still do. But I do know intention goes a long way, and how you treat people. And again, I emphasize those three aspects: respect, professionalism. These are, and I know I want to list it too. It's so important to how we do business, and at least of which is compassion. So if you act in a compassionate manner with the other two aspects, generally it will see you through a call. Not always, but generally it will.
So Chief, I appreciate all that, Chief, but just the reassurance for the taxpayers, my constituents at least, all the programs I rhymed off that you provide, including victim services, you can reassure the community beyond a shadow of a doubt, these will continue, and you have great emphasis on continuing these great programs. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, as part of this budget.
As part of this budget, certainly. Relative to innovation and different approaches, I think that will be up to my successor and the team to decide how they might deliver service differently. We are certainly not a static institution. I don't believe we ever have been. So I will leave that to you as the governing board and the ideas that may come forward. So in principle, yes. In delivery and practical and operations remains to be seen. But I think we need to be open to the concept, and certainly I alluded to the community safety well-being plan. There are alternate approaches. It's one of the things we've embraced through the course of time. For 2021, pending any major shifts in direction, I can assure you that.
Wonderful, Chief Gert. I want to end on that very strong and positive reassurance, at least for my constituents and for our city overall, Deputy Mayor Clark. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. And that's the end of our first-time speakers. Mayor Eisenberger, if you could take the chair for a second, because Councillor Vanderbeek is not here. I just have a couple of quick questions for the Chief.
Will do. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So I was very pleased, Chief, to hear, and I think I caught it correctly, Project Strong, that the task force that's dealing with guns, gangs, that type of thing. So can you give me a little bit more information? When did that start? I know 2020, but roughly when did it start in 2020? And what's the, I guess the word would be scope of that task force, I think.
Yeah, and I will turn that over to Deputy Bergen, but I will preface the comment with this is still, whether you have a project or not, a leading issue within the organization. You do need a variety of areas involved in this issue because there's not a singular team that has responsibility for what we all do, whether it's the front line, whether it's disclosures through informants, whether it's a disclosure during an interview about a mischief or something like that, and it comes up. This provides, though, a particular focal point. And Deputy Bergen did take the lead on this in terms of doing exactly that. So Deputy Bergen, over to you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Clark, the acronym Project Strong is Stopping Targeted Retaliations on Neighborhood Gangs. These were problems that we had identified and agreed as a whole of service response. It was a whole of service response allowing us to take the specialized heat units and other supports from our action team, and as well as each divisional component, Station 10, 20, and 30. Although initially it was to dismantle a problem up in the core of Station 30, we quickly learned that, in fact, no station or no jurisdiction was immune to the violence of this retaliation of gun violence. As I stated earlier, the challenge had been acknowledging that in those 51 shootings, And I just, again, it's important to note the majority of those that started to build happened around August the 1st. And those are the ones where people were doing drive-by shootings and hiding behind that ability to threaten a neighborhood gang, thus the retaliation on a neighborhood gang. And it was our concentration whole of service that has been committed. Initially, we were hoping for a year-end summary. The Deputy Diodati and I met with the project team and the leads out of the investigative services side. And with the cooperation of all our commanders, we will continue. We will not close this out. In fact, using this opportunity at the beginning of the year with the other challenges of COVID, such as a diminished ability to bring our block training together, an ability to have those opportunities. We actually have a strong deployment available. So our foot is on the gas. We will continue to hunt down the people who think it is a normal life activity to put other people at risk. And we are committed to do that. And we'll look forward to keeping the public updated on the success of Project Strong.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, I do want to thank the Chief and Deputy Chief Bergen for setting up that Project Strong. That's the type of focus that I was hoping for. I know all of us are concerned about the shootings, and now just as equally as bad in Hamilton, some of the stabbings. And we want to kind of get ahead of that curve before all of that GTA nonsense really takes over. I think comments about the drive-by shootings are apropos. It's not, there's no monopoly in any one ward on gun violence or violence in general. It's happening across the city, and I think you're correct. The drive-by shootings, they just think they can pretty much go anywhere and do it, and it's a sign of strength for them. They're trying to send messages, but in the meantime, there's always a risk that some innocent passerby can be hit by a bullet. So I really sincerely appreciate that effort. If I may, Mr. Mayor, CAO Felice is on the line. I want to thank her and the board for modifying the process so that we actually see the actuals line by line in the police service budget. I had been advocating that for many years, and CAO Felice came in and recognized the issue and modified the process, which makes it much more transparent for everyone and very helpful for us as councillors when we're reviewing the police service budget. And finally, I want to thank the Police Service Board. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a whole lot of comments or questions. Getting the budget to the 2.98 or 89, I can't remember. I'm a bit dyslexic, so 98. Thank you. I really appreciate the board and CAO Felice looking at the surplus and using that surplus to help offset and mitigate the additional expenses. It's a tough year for all of us, as you know, and so any assistance in terms of getting the budget down close to the 2% was most appreciated by most of council. And that's my timer going off, Mr. Mayor, so I'm done. Thank you very much.
Right,
see, I even timed myself. Okay, so
you.
I'll take the chair back. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no further questions or comments, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the Police Service Board presentation. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Collins. And the item is before us. So, oh, sorry, you can't because you've got that conflict. I'm sorry, Councillor Collins, I forgot about that. Councillor Jackson, how about you? You're on the board. Excellent, thank you, sir. And so we'll put that, did you get that correction? Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we'll get the vote up for everybody, and the vote is up. And while the vote is up, I do want to thank the Chief again for coming in today. I want to thank Anna Felice, Chief Administrative Officer for the Police Services, for coming in, and Deputy Chief Diodati and Deputy Chief Bergen for attending today. Much appreciated.
Can I, while you're waiting for that, just say one more time to the Chief, I think we can say this with some authority that on behalf of the entire community, thank you, Chief, for your service to our city for 35 plus years.
is probably the last opportunity in a public way that we can say that, and I would hope that it would have unanimous support from all of our councillors here, and certainly I think from the city at large. So again, thank you, Chief. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. If you might indulge me for a moment, Deputy Mayor, and I won't be long. I do want to thank council for the role that they do. This is extremely important in terms of the oversight, not only through the board, but through council, to what happens in the police services. I believe we have a huge responsibility given the authorities that we do, the proportion of the budget as well. So I think this is extremely important. Some may view it, not me, some may view it as antagonistic. I don't believe it is. I think it's a function of a democracy that's working well. And oversight and taking tough questions should always be a part of this process. And I do want to thank all the councillors who do that on a regular basis, whether it's from specific ward issues or on a day-to-day through our crime managers. But this process as well, I think it's so important, particularly for public confidence about what we do and deliver and what the priorities are. There's many mechanisms for it, I get that. But I do believe that elected council has an extremely important role to play here. So I do want to thank all the councillors as well through all the years, and I've been coming to budget presentations back to Chief Mullen since 2006. So this has been taken seriously. It should be, and public safety is all of our concern. So thank you to all the councillors for all their work. I appreciate it.
I think the committee members really appreciate your comments, Chief. I know they enjoy working with you, and I think they appreciate the acknowledgement that they do have to ask tough questions, and they do their very best to ask them civilly and respectfully, and I think that's the core to a good democracy. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
The last vote to receive this presentation carried on a divided vote, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, which is a conflict of interest for the benefit of the public. Thank you very much. Before I go to the notices of motion, Mr. Zagaric, you were going to see if you could get an answer about the Economic Development Reserve, which was asked in one of the first parts of the meeting.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the current balance in the Economic Development Investment Reserve is approximately $1.2 million.
Okay, so Councillor Farr will make note of that. Thank you very much. And I'm looking, so are there any notices of motion regarding this budget? If not, we'll go to motions. Councillor Farr, did you want to move that motion today then that has been circulated?
Yeah, I just tried to open it up from today's agenda. I thought that maybe it was plugged in there, but I have to go to my email. So just give me a moment because I want to read it verbatim.
If you could put it on the screen for us, that would be really helpful.
Oh, great. Yeah, perfect.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I can certainly read it out as well, and I can put it on the screen. I just want to let you know, Councillor Farr, I can't republish when I'm in here. Sorry, it'll just show with the vote going up.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I noticed that it popped up there just now. I went to the wrong place. But yeah, go ahead, Steph, if you want to read it. This was sent, Mr. Chair, to all of you right during our lunch break. So
yeah, a couple of us had some challenges with our email servers today. So
okay, yeah.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So through you, what I'm going to do, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is I've opened the vote. So change the screen and I'll close it again after, but that way you'll be able to see it while I'm reading it. Sorry, I can't do that. Hang on one second. My screen just froze with me, and that's how I'm going to read it. Just bear with me here. It says, whereas the Hamilton Farmers Market is a cherished cultural and social institution in Hamilton, whereas through the COVID-19 pandemic, the Hamilton Farmers Market is facing perhaps the greatest challenge it has since it was founded in 1837, whereas despite these challenges, the 2021 budget presented by the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors has maintained the council requested 2% levy guideline, whereas the Hamilton Farmers Market has forecasted small revenue reductions of $41,200 or 8.6% year over year, and whereas due to 5 abandoned contracts estimated estimated foregone revenue of $14.5 thousand. Delayed business starts, estimated foregone revenue of $9,000. Unoccupied available space, estimated foregone revenue of $23.1 thousand, and an increase of stall vacancy rate of 13.3%. Therefore, be it resolved that one-time funding in the amount of $30,000 to be funded from the Economic Development Investment Reserve Account 112221 or the COVID-19 Emergency Reserve 110053 to be utilized to promote the market during the ongoing pandemic be approved and referred to the 2021 operating budget for consideration. And B, that the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors liaise with the City of Hamilton Culture and Tourism Section and Corporate Communications Office in order to fully leverage and coordinate promotion of the market.
Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, while I still have Steph, she said in the therefores item A, be approved and referred to the 2021 operating. My latest script says be referred and it doesn't say approved, Steph.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what we have to do is I combined your A and your C into one. We approve it here today at this meeting and refer it to the 2020 operating budget. Then it will become a council referred item and be brought up when we go through deliberations as a council referred item. So you're not technically approving it, you're approving it to move forward to the next stage.
Okay, good. I just thought that'd be clear because it might limit our debate here today and it'll be debated at the appropriate place then.
No, you're just approving it to move forward. Sorry.
Very good. And just very briefly, this is a result specific to the marketing, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is a result of our earlier presentation, our debate. I would like to ask to Mike through you, because we've through different machinations to get to this final draft that's before us now publicly. Initially, I was only asking, as you read, pointed out, about the Economic Development Investment Reserve. We have 1.2 something million in that reserve right now, looking for 30K in this motion. But through conversations with Mike during lunch, we could also seek out some funds specific to marketing through our COVID-19 emergency reserve. And through you, if Mike could assist council in how that works. And also, Mike, was that available to us when we were last in closed session deliberating on a request by the Market Association, Board of Governors?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Zagarek.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with respect to the last part of the questions, I don't believe timing-wise we had a appreciation or understanding of some of the guidelines as it relates to the restart funding. Just reminding committee members that they are fairly general. Having said that, they must be specific to COVID-related costs or expenditures, and can be applied to the city as a corporation, as well as the agencies that form part of the city's consolidated financial statement, which includes Hamilton Police Services, Hamilton Farmers Market, Hamilton Public Library, Hamilton Utilities Corporation, and I think I've captured them all. I apologize if I've left any, and Hamilton City Housing. I think I've captured them all. Apologize if I left any out. So as the motion makes reference to, it's my understanding the intent of the motion is as it relates to providing some additional funding for promotion or marketing in response to the current pandemic and to try to improve the patronage and the number of visits to the Hamilton Farmers Market during this pandemic period. Consequently, that would be an eligible cost for the city to provide to the Hamilton Farmers Market as an agency.
Thank you, Councillor.
You said eligible or ineligible? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I thought he said eligible.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, eligible.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were clear. And so, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you'll know that this, again, is a result of the presentation. The whereas is focus in part on what we received in that presentation. So the numbers I've taken taken directly from the market representative, Gordon, who talked to us much earlier today about the reduced occupancy equating to reduced revenue slide for 14.5 foregone K on 5 contracts that were abandoned and so on and so forth. The marketing aspect too, taken from that presentation. I'm just trying to find it now, but I guess I don't need to. But you'll recall in the presentation that they've cut significantly the planned marketing spend. Here it is, 38K, which is less than the 2 prior years of 55K. And also thanks to Jason Thorne, Mike Zagaric, Stephanie Paparella, yourself for giving me some direction to get to this point in the agenda today. And hopefully in advance of this debate that I hope also is brief, given all that we've digested today, that I could at least get this to a point in our 2021 operating budget for consideration, and think in advance if we get there on this 30K being asked. And by the way, friends of the farmers market, vendors of the farmers market, a board of governance, and our own representative Esther Pauls, it doesn't have to stop here. We have a consultant's report that's being worked on now that could come up with other very creative ways to assist. We don't want to take our eye off the prize here, and that prize being this historic cultural institution. So don't worry too much about it. Just throwing 30K and hoping everything goes away. I'm sure we'll have more discussions, more robust avenues to figure things out going forward. This is just as a result and an action hopefully we can take as a result of the presentation today. And so thanks to Culture and Tourism in advance if this passes, and our corporate communications staff, Cyrus and Matthew especially, who I've talked to quite extensively about the market over the last 3 weeks or so, if we're able to work with them as the motion suggests we do should it pass. Thanks again, and appreciate all of the communications and engagement that's come to my office in the last, I think I've had 4 emails in the last few days with respect to this, and certainly I'm sure Esther Pauls, if she would like to second this, will. If not, Councillor Collins will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, are you willing to second this? He's giving us a thumbs up. Councillor Pauls has left for another meeting, unfortunately. Okay, councillors, the item is before us. Please be reminded that the item is simply to refer it up to the budget process, where you'll have an opportunity to deliberate it in full and make the final decision. Are there any questions or comments at this moment? Seeing none, if we can put it to a vote, please, Madam Clerk. There you go. You're ahead of me again. Lickety split. Anyone having challenges getting their vote in, please? Councillor Wilson is giving me a thumbs up. Anybody else? And that motion carried unanimously, 11-0. And now I am moving on to a motion to adjourn. Moved. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Good. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And we have to vote on it, so please don't run away. Thank you, everybody, for their cooperation today. It was a great meeting. Vote is up.
Good job, Deputy Mayor, once again.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the kind comments.
Yes, excellent and much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Oh, it was my pleasure to help you out, Councillor.
And if you want an update on the MPCA, it went really well today. I can just give me a buzz on your way home. Talk you home.
The adjournment is unanimous.
And Chad, wrong sign, big guy. Sorry. Just saying.
Oh, I knew she was going to say that, Chad. Have a great night, y'all.
Thanks.